Warrior Lore. Chapter 1527. Seeing that Fang Yuan escaped from its encirclement and even entered Fallen Flower Hall, the legendary immemorial soul beast Qing Chou roared in anger. Its eyes were bloodshot. Its killing intent surged to the limit. It wanted to devour someone. Its hatred towards Fang Yuan was not acquired. It was innate. It was formed from the remnant soul fragments of Qing clan's Gu immortals, as well as deep hatred and vengeance towards spectral soul. Thus, even though it had human reasoning, when it encountered Fang Yuan and could not kill him, its desire for vengeance took over. Inside Divine Bean Palace, green light flickered as it pressed down on Qing Chou. Qing Chou ignored it. It continued to move Divine Bean Palace towards Fallen Flower Hall. "Master, I can't hold on." Old Ghost by June cried out in pain. "Kill him. If you cannot kill him, you will all die." Qing Chou roared. Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine's expressions changed. They had never seen their master Qing Chou so angry. He hated someone so much. This monstrous hatred almost assaulted their faces, causing them to shiver in fear and subconsciously want to escape. But they were restrained by Qing Chou. They could not resist. They could only grit their teeth. The former activated the immemorial soul beast while the latter activated an immortal killer move, attacking Fallen Flower Hall together. Once Fang Yuan entered Fallen Flower Hall, Qing Chou only had one target left. They had to attack it. The enemies were coming with great momentum. Fang and Lei controlled Fallen Flower Hall and retreated. This rank 7 immortal Gu house was faster than Fang Yuan, but it could not compare to the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. The immemorial soul beast-winged black python was left far behind. While the flying spider immemorial soul beast was extremely fast, it flew towards the roof of Fallen Flower Hall. At the same time, Eagle Concubine shouted as she waved her eagle claws. Countless steel-like claw marks burst out, raining down on Fallen Flower Hall like a storm. Fallen Flower Hall could not dodge now, but Fang and Lei was not flustered. She was already prepared. She said to Fang Long and Fang Yun, "You two control Fallen Flower Hall. I will use a killer move to resist the enemy." As she spoke, the Fallen Flower Hall burst into a snow-white brilliance under her control. On the surface of the Fallen Flower Hall, there used to be countless flowers blooming like a flower house, but now they were all withering. The snowy light converged and formed a huge flower on the roof of the Fallen Flower Hall. The flower was 3 times bigger than the roof, and its petals were like mirrors, reflecting light. With the crisp sound of a bell, the flower bloomed completely. It was a beautiful sight. Immortal killer move, Mirror Flower. Just as the violent claw marks were about to hit the Fallen Flower Hall, the bewitching mirror on the roof suddenly released a strong suction force. Ding ding dong dong. With a series of crisp sounds, the pitch-black claw marks were all absorbed by the mirror flower. After swallowing all the claw marks, the mirror flower's petals withered and broke into many pieces, but the remaining dozen or so petals slowly closed and formed a flower bud again. At this moment, Divine Bean Palace approached. The broken flower bud of the mirror flower blossomed once again, spraying out all the claw marks. The claw marks landed on Divine Bean Palace, causing countless bronze sparks to appear. Divine Bean Palace's momentum was obstructed. Fallen Flower Hall used the counterforce of the claw marks to increase its speed, pulling some distance away from Divine Bean Palace. Oh no, that immemorial soul beast flying spider is about to enter. At this moment, Fang Yun shouted, "Warrior Lord," even though Fallen Flower Hall repelled Eagle Concubine and Divine Bean Palace, that flying spider had the advantage of its small size. It stuck to a corner of Fallen Flower Hall and tried to drill in. Fallen Flower Hall was an immortal Gu house after all. It had both offense and defense. The flying spider had not even gotten past the surface. It was still far from the core. But the situation was very dangerous, because once it got past the surface, the flying spider could enter. Immortal Gu houses were made up of countless Gu worms. If an immemorial soul beast entered, it would definitely wreak havoc. Gu worms were extremely fragile. The result would be unimaginable. Even though Fallen Flower Hall had the ability to recover quickly, it could not compare to the destructive speed of an immemorial soul beast. At the crucial moment, Fang and Lei attacked again. Immortal killer move, fleeting bloom. The mirror flower on the roof had withered and fallen, but in its place, another epiphyllum had grown. The flower was not big, it was soft and delicate. Once it appeared, it turned into specks of light that scattered with the wind. But a mystical force had already coiled around the flying spider. The speed at which it drilled through suddenly slowed down by many times. This wood path Immortal Goo House Fallen Flower Hall is truly amazing. No wonder it could shine in the 5 regions chaotic war in my previous life. Earlier, Mirror Flower was a wood path killer move, but it had the effect of rule path, reflecting attacks. Now, this flower is also a wood path killer move, but it shows the power of time path. Fang Yuan watched the battle from inside the house. His gaze flickered. Fang and Lei first used Mirror Flower to retreat Divine Bean Palace and Eagle Concubine, before using Flower to delay the flying spider. Right now, her face was pale. She was in a daze. Evidently, using these 2 killer moves expended more than just immortal essence. These 2 killer moves had incredible power, even though they were only rank 7. When used by Fallen Flower Hall, they had a trace of rank 8 power. Especially that flying spider. It was an immemorial soul beast. But the stronger the power, the greater the price to pay to use the killer move. Fang Yuan's gaze was bright. He looked around and sensed that Fang and Lei seemed to have expended her lifespan. My Fallen Flower Hall is already a top-tier rank 7 Immortal Goo House, but against 2 immemorial soul beasts, Divine Bean Palace, and 2 rank 7 Demonic Path Goo Immortals, it is too much. Even if I use all my strength, I can only delay the danger. Fang and Lei's heart jumped. She looked at Fang Yuan, thinking, this person has extraordinary methods. The pressure he faced earlier was even greater than mine. At the crucial moment of life and death, he could think of a way to escape at lightning speed. In this situation, I need to rely on him, otherwise, I won't even last a moment. Thinking of this, Fang and Lei used her method to transmit some information to Fang Yuan. She was busy now. She did not have time to talk to Fang Yuan. This was the only way. Fang Yuan received this information. He knew that Fang and Lei wanted to form an alliance with Fang Yuan to resist the enemies outside. Fang and Lei stated the pros and cons. In this situation, both sides had to work together to delay the danger until Fang clan's reinforcements arrived. Fang and Lei felt that Fang Yuan could not escape, but the truth was, not only did Fang Yuan have it, as long as he used reverse flow protection seal, he could fight. But now, since Fang Yuan chose to stay, he wanted to interact with Fang clan and establish a relationship. It would be convenient for his future plans. I can escape, but Fang and Lei cannot. Thus, this alliance agreement is very good. In this case, I need to thank this ambush. If not for them, I would not have formed an alliance with Fang clan so easily, and the conditions are so loose. Originally, Fang clan wanted to cooperate with Impermanence Stone, but now, the alliance agreement still included this. Even though they found Divine Bean Palace, and the cooperation with Impermanence Stone was just a cover, this was Fang and Lei's brilliance. She still kept this part. Other than the rank 6 Immortal Goo, Fang and Lei also promised Fang Yuan a lot of immortal materials as compensation. Rank 6 Immortal Goo are not suitable for me, but if I bring up rank 7 Immortal Goo now, it will seem like I am blackmailing them. And Immortal Goo are unique. Fang and Lei might not have the qualifications to represent Fang clan and agree to it. Forget it. This is a good opportunity. There is no need to be greedy. Going too far is as bad as not going far enough. Fang Yuan thought of his own strategy. He made up his mind, agreeing to Fang and Lei. I will form this alliance. He thought of the problem. Thoughts surged rapidly, but in truth, it only took an instant. Fang and Lei was overjoyed. She was worried about Fang Yuan's arrogance and suspicion earlier, but seeing that Fang Yuan made up his mind in an instant, she praised inwardly. This Swan Bujin was indeed a wisdom path expert. He was decisive and decisive. He was wise and decisive. When Fang clan contacted Fang Yuan, they had prepared Immortal Goo and methods. Both sides made an alliance agreement. But at this time, Fallen Flower Hall was already surrounded. Boom! Divine Bean Palace crashed into it. Fallen Flower Hall was blocked by other enemies. It could not dodge in time. It crashed down like a meteor. Chapter 1528. Fallen Flower Hall was inferior to Divine Bean Palace, After being hit, a huge hole was created in the western wall. Ching Cho charged down with hatred. Divine Bean Palace attacked again. At the same time, that flying spider also got out of Fallen Flower Hall's surface. Fong Clan's situation was dire. At the crucial moment, Fong Enlei screamed as she used her strongest method, Immortal Killer Move, Empty Valley Orchid. The entire Immortal Goo house started to shrink. In a few blinks of an eye, it shrunk to the size of a small toy. The hole that was created when it crashed into the desert was like a fish in a pond compared to Fallen Flower Hall. At the same time, on the surface of Fallen Flower Hall, countless thin petals appeared, forming into orchids. Fragrance spread out. Divine Bean Palace crashed. Even though Fallen Flower Hall was right in front of it, it had to travel a huge distance. This rank 8 Immortal Goo house was like this. Eagle Concubine and the winged black python Immemorial Soul Beast were also affected. Space was expanded and extended by countless times. Fong Enlei's eyes were shut. Sweat was dripping down her face. She was pale as she tried to maintain her killer move. Amazing! I will deal with that flying spider. Fong Yuan praised as he got out of the hole. After going around, he arrived in front of the flying spider. Under the effect of Empty Valley Orchid, Fong Yuan was temporarily safe. Reverse Flow Protection Seal was not exposed. Immortal Goo houses were different from ancient battle formations. Inside Immortal Goo houses, Fong Yuan could not use his methods, he could only watch. Only in the outside world could he use them. Let me see if rank 8 Soul Beast token or my 180 slaves is stronger. Immortal Killer Move, 180 slaves. Fong Yuan's move was an enslavement path killer move. The weaker subdues the stronger. Fong Yuan had a soul beast army. He could enslave immemorial soul beasts. But this flying spider was being controlled by rank 8 Immortal Goo Soul Beast token. Fong Yuan wanted to enslave the flying spider. He was using 180 slaves to fight against Soul Beast token. Once this move was used, the flying spider Immemorial Soul Beast's body shook. Its movement of entering the Immortal Goo house became extremely slow. Amazing! Fong Yuan was overjoyed. Fong Lung also became alert. Immortal energy surged around Fong Yuan's body. He activated 180 slaves to its greatest power and injected it into the flying spider. The flying spider struggled unceasingly. It was being fought over by Fong Yuan and Old Ghost by June. It couldn't control itself. 180 slaves was only rank 7. It could not compare to rank 8 Immortal Goo Soul Beast token. But the power of this move didn't just come from goo worms. It also depended on the number of soul beasts. The number of soul beasts in Fong Yuan's immortal aperture was huge. This caused 180 slaves' power to rise sharply. It reached rank 8 level. It was actually on par with Soul Beast token. Both sides were in a deadlock. Fallen Flower Hall was located in a deep pit in the desert. Divine Bean Palace, Immemorial Soul Beasts, and Eagle Concubine were above their heads. Far away on the ground was a Soul Beast army. An Old Ghost by June was hidden behind 2 Immemorial Soul Beasts. Within Fallen Flower Hall, Fong Enlei's eyes were closed tightly while her brows were tightly knit together. Her entire body was trembling violently and on the verge of collapse. She activated Empty Valley Orchid to resist a rank 8 expert. She was already risking her life. Immortal Goo House Fallen Flower Hall let out creaking sounds. It was fighting many enemies by itself. It couldn't bear the burden. The situation is still very disadvantageous to us. Fong Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He did not use much of his battle strength. Most of his methods were still on hand. If he used his full strength, the situation would change drastically. However, if he was careless and exposed Reverse Flow Protection Seal, Fong Yuan's identity would be exposed. This was not in line with his plan. I need to disguise my identity while also easing the situation. What should I do? Suddenly, Fong Yuan's expression changed. That flying spider stopped trembling. It started to be enslaved by 180 slaves. And the power of Soul Beast token that was resisting Fong Yuan was fading rapidly. What's going on? Fong Yuan immediately turned around. His gaze pierced through Tin Li. He saw Old Ghost by June spitting out blood and fainting. It turned out that Old Ghost by June had already reached his limit. He had been trying his best to hold on. He was like an arrow at the end of its flight. With rank 7 cultivation level, he controlled 4 immemorial soul beasts. Even with the help of rank 8 immortal goo soul beast, it was still an unimaginably outstanding performance. But now, he could not hold on any longer. Rank 8 immortal goo soul beast token could have been evenly matched with 180 slaves, but Old Ghost by June could not. He was quickly defeated. Fong Yuan laughed heartily. After dozens of breaths of time, he completely subdued the flying spider and kept the immemorial soul beast. Senior, good job. Fong Long and Fong Yun's morale rose greatly. Fong Yuan dealt with the flying spider and used it for himself. This result was beyond their expectations. But they did not suspect anything. Fong Yuan had manipulated the soul beast army earlier. He exposed his traces. It was understandable that he could enslave immemorial soul beasts now. Fong Yuan got the flying spider and immediately controlled it to charge forward, facing Divine Bean Palace and the others. This immemorial soul beast was not Divine Bean Palace's match, but its advantage was that it was small. In Fong Yuan's hands, it had a lot of potential. However, the flying spider also had a hard time flying. It turned out that Empty Valley Orchid treated everyone equally. It was also effective on their immemorial soul beasts. Can this killer move not be used freely? It needs to be treated differently? Or is Fong Enlay at her limits, like Old Ghost by June? Fong Yuan was filled with worry. Right at this time, he turned around. He sensed 2 immortal goo houses flying towards him from the horizon. Eagle Concubine was shocked. She quickly shouted, "Master, let's retreat." At the crucial moment, Fong Clan's reinforcements had arrived. Kill him. Ching Cho was furious. It lost all rationality. It only wanted to tear Fong Yuan to pieces. It did not care about Eagle Concubine or the situation. Eagle Concubine saw that her master was not retreating. Her expression turned grim. She knew that she was going to die here today. Far away, Heavenly Lotus Sect's first Supreme Elder Chun-Yi, who had been hiding and observing the battle, also showed a worried expression. Oh no! Oh no! Fong Clan's reinforcements are top experts among rank 7 immortal goo houses. One is Chicken Dog Coop, the other is Inquiry Dock. If these two combine with Fallen Flower Hall, they can form the battlefield killer move Peach Blossom Maze. Even if I fall into Peach Blossom Maze, I will not be able to escape. I will die in regret. Furthermore, Ching Cho is trapped in Divine Bean Palace. It cannot use its full power. Thinking of this, Chinny sighed. He showed a helpless expression. To think that my first move is not to deal with Ching Cho, but to help it instead. As he spoke, wisps of green smoke rose from the top of his head again and quickly condensed into the shape of a divine tree. Immortal killer move, Karma Divine Tree. The fruit on the Karma Divine Tree shook and Divine Bean Palace instantly shot out green light, illuminating half of the sky. In the palace, countless green lights expanded. Turning from arrow-sized to spears, they pierced through Ching Cho from all directions. Ching Cho roared. Its voice was hoarse and filled with sorrow and anger. I am angry. I hate. I am unresigned. I want him to die. It fell into complete madness. Its body burst out with a powerful aura. The auras of all sorts of immortal goo rose and mixed together, forming an immortal killer move. Boom. This killer move's power was terrifying. It destroyed several pillars in Divine Bean Palace. Next, an intense force pushed the door of Divine Bean Palace open. Ching Cho roared. It was finally able to see the light of day after passing through this door. It used all its strength to stand up, raising its snake neck and opening its mouth. Its chin almost reached the back of its head. It was a terrifying sight. Swoosh. With a soft sound, its purple tongue stretched out like a sharp sword, stabbing towards Fong Yuan at lightning speed. Fallen Flower Hall was surrounded by the killer move Empty Valley Orchid to begin with. But this strange purple-tongued sword was not suppressed. It pierced through the layers of space, reaching Fong Yuan's forehead in the blink of an eye. A piercingly cold, murderous aura rushed over. I'll dodge. A crafty light flashed in Fong Yuan's eyes. He went through the hole and entered Fallen Flower Hall. Puff. The purple-tongued sword chased after him, crashing into Fallen Flower Hall and piercing through it. It did not slow down. It continued to extend until it hit Fong Enlay's chest. Fong Yuan and Fong Long were stunned. Fong Enlei opened her eyes wide. Her body froze as she looked down at her chest. Chapter 1529. Fong Enlei was hit by the purple-tongued sword. She turned stiff like a rock. She could not move. A strange purple color appeared on her face. That purple-tongued sword penetrated her body, but it was extremely agile. It changed its direction and curved its body, attacking Fong Yuan again. But at this time, Fong Yuan and Fong Lung reacted. They activated their immortal goo houses. Bright light appeared and suppressed the purple-tongued sword, slowing it down. The vines stretched out and coiled around Fong Enlei's body. A dense fragrance assailed her nostrils as colorful flowers bloomed, their petals sticking to her skin. Streams of light flowed through the vines and into Fong Enlei's body, healing her. Fong Yuan had a solemn expression. There was coldness in his eyes. Many thoughts were moving in his mind. Fong Clan's reinforcements arrived. There were 3 immortal goo houses here: Fallen Flower Hall, Chicken Dog Coop, and Inquiry Dock. These 3 immortal goo houses could form the battlefield killer move Peach Blossom Maze. It was extremely powerful. In the 500 years of Fong Yuan's previous life, during the 5 Regions Chaotic War, this move was extremely powerful. The information recorded in Shadow Sect's True Inheritance also emphasized this point. It made people wary. After fighting for a long time, Fong Yuan could tell that this Divine Bean Palace was strange. Earlier, when Qing Chou broke through the palace door and attacked with all its strength, he understood some truths. The one controlling this rank 8 immortal goo house seemed to be an immemorial soul beast, and it could only charge around. It could not unleash the power of a rank 8 immortal goo house. Immortal goo houses had both offense and defense. Charging was the most direct and time-saving method. But immortal goo houses had their own uses. For example, Fallen Flower Hall had Mirror Flower, Fleeting Bloom, Empty Valley Orchid, and other killer moves. And that Hay Tribe's Dark Prison Immortal Goo House had a method to enslave ancient, desolate beasts. Northern Plains Hay Tribe was weak. They could not compare to one of the top forces in Western Desert, Fong Clan. This showed that immortal goo houses had differences in strength. If a rank 8 immortal goo house could not use its methods and could only charge around, it could not match Fong Clan's 3 immortal goo houses. But if Fong Clan won and suppressed this rank 8 immortal goo house, or even subdued it, what benefits would Fong Yuan gain? According to their agreement, Fong Yuan only obtained a rank 6 immortal goo and many immortal materials. It was even more likely that after Fong Clan subdued the rank 8 immortal goo house, together with the other 4 immortal goo houses, they would force Fong Yuan to make some alliance agreements. Furthermore, the immortal goo house was right in front of him. How could Fong Yuan not think of taking advantage of the situation? If he wanted to take advantage of the situation, he had to balance out the strength of both sides. Fong Yuan had a plan. He would use the purple tongue sword to weaken Fong Clan and deal with Fong Enlei first. According to the alliance agreement, how could Fong Yuan and the Fong Clan plot against each other? But in reality, the contents of the alliance treaty were rather general about this and were quite loose. So, nothing happened to Fong Yuan even though he framed Fong Enlei. Did Fong Enlei not know about this flaw? Of course not. Speaking of which, Fong Clan had ulterior motives. That was, Fong Enlei wanted to make use of Fong Yuan. For example, the collection of impermanent rocks was to make use of Fong Yuan and scheme against Fong Yuan. Thus, Fong Enlei had already schemed against him. If she forbade them from scheming against each other in the alliance agreement, she would be dealing with herself first. Thus, Fong Enlei purposely spoke in general terms. She did not restrict this. Because of the urgency of the situation, even if Fong Yuan found out and objected, she could use this as an excuse. Of course, Fong Yuan found out, but as crafty as he was, he kept his thoughts to himself and pretended to be ignorant. As the intense battle progressed, Fong Enlei did not plot against Fong Yuan. Instead, she was schemed against by Fong Yuan. Such guts! Vile beast, you deserve to die. Fong Clan's Goo Immortal shouted furiously from the 2 immortal Goo houses. They learned that Fong Enlei was injured. Chicken Dog Coop and Inquiry Dock were like meteors chasing after the moon, heading straight for the battlefield. But before they attacked, Divine Bean Palace shined brightly. Qing Chou used all its strength but could not kill Fong Yuan. It became extremely weak and was suppressed by Divine Bean Palace. The Divine Bean Palace operated on its own, and a green light spread across the battlefield. It sucked in the unconscious old ghost by June, the pale-faced eagle concubine, and the other spirit beasts into the palace before flying into the sky. They actually retreated. This was out of everyone's expectations. Even Fang Yuan was shocked. This was not the enemy's usual behavior. Divine Bean Palace flew very quickly. Fang Clan's Gu Immortals hesitated. Chicken Dog Coop stopped, while Inquiry Dog tore through the sky and chased after Divine Bean Palace. This Chicken Dog Coop Immortal Gu house had a unique design. It was like two buildings built side by side. The house on the left was bright yellow, and there was a circular plaque under the eaves. On the plaque, there was only a large chicken character. The house on the right was vermilion, and on the circular plaque, there was a dog character. The door opened as a Fang Clan Gu Immortal flew out. Entering Fallen Flower Hall with an anxious expression, he shouted, "Enlay, Enlay!" But Fang Enlay's face was purple. She was unconscious. Fang Yun and Fang Long had tired and worried expressions. The latter bowed and said with an ashamed expression, "It was our fault. We did not react in time." This Fang Clan Gu Immortal stared at them fiercely. "You are guilty." Next, his expression changed. He saw that Fang Enlay was barely alive. She was about to die. He shouted, "Enlay, Enlay, hold on." He used healing methods, but they were useless. At this time, a yellow profound light shot out of Chicken Dog Coop, hitting Fang Enlay's forehead. The purple on Fang Enlay's face was alleviated. Her life was saved, but she was still unconscious, barely hanging on to life. This killer move is very strange. It is a soul path killer move, but has poison path effects. She is poisoned. I am only stabilizing her injuries. I do not have the ability to cure her. At this time, an elderly Gu Immortal walked in. He had white hair and wore a yellow robe. He had a solemn expression. "Greetings to Third Supreme Elder." Fang Yun and Fang Lung bowed. Fang Clan's Third Supreme Elder, Fang Huasheng. Fang Yuan quickly recalled the information regarding him. "It's you. You hid in Fallen Flower Hall and attracted the attack. My Enlay was hit by the enemy's method. This is all your fault." The Fang Clan Gu Immortal who was carrying Fang Enlay shouted at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan looked at him coldly. He had an arrogant attitude as he snorted. "Who are you?" "I am Fang Chun." That Gu Immortal spoke. But before he finished speaking, Fang Yuan waved his sleeves. "I don't care who you are. If you are unhappy, you can challenge me, be it a battle of wits or martial strength. I will accept it. If you want to use Fang Clan's forces to find trouble with me, I will accept it as well." Saying so, Fang Yuan's eyes shined with cold light. He looked around with an imposing gaze and a cold aura. Oh no! Fang Yun and Fang Lung's hearts sank. Fang Yuan did not back down. He was very domineering. They became worried. They were afraid that a conflict would occur. Fang Yuan hid in Fallen Flower Hall. This was not a problem to them. After all, with an immortal Gu house, it was normal to make use of it. Not to mention a wisdom path Gu Immortal who had a sharp mind. Fang Yuan was their benefactor. Fang Yun felt that Fang Yuan was his benefactor. And most importantly, Fang Yuan had put in a lot of effort in the battle earlier. If not for him subduing the immemorial soul beast Flying Spider, Fallen Flower Hall would have been destroyed already. As for why Fang Yuan attacked, it was because he did not expect Fang Enlay to be in such a situation. In fact, even Fang Long and Fang Yun did not expect Fang Enlay to be unable to dodge. Precisely so, they could not react in time. "Fang Chun, don't say anything. Friend Swanbujin is Fang Clan's ally. We have an alliance agreement. He also put in a lot of effort in the battle earlier. How can you slander him like this?" Fang Huasheng's expression changed as he shouted at Fang Chun. Next, he shifted his gaze. His expression turned gentle as he looked at Fang Yuan sincerely. "This Fang Chun is Fang Enlay's husband. He is worried about his wife's life. He did not mean to offend you earlier. I hope you can forgive him." Fang Chun was Fang Enlay's husband. He had the surname Fang. Fang Yuan immediately understood that this Fang Chun was Fang Clan's son-in-law, a rogue immortal that was recruited from outside. After he married into Fang Clan, he even changed his name to Fang. After being scolded by Fang Huasheng, Fang Chun did not dare to attack Fang Yuan anymore. He lowered his head and checked on Fang Enlei's condition. Even though his healing methods were useless, he did not stop. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with light. He thought, Fang Long and Fang Yun are worried. Fang Huashang is cunning. Fang Chun is not simple either. As Fang Clan's son-in-law, he did not let his emotions get to his head. He just had to act like his wife is in a coma. Unfortunately, I have nothing to fear. Fang Yuan was fearless because of the alliance agreement. Fang Enlei represented Fang Clan to set up the alliance agreement. She had the deepest relationship with Fang Yuan. If Fang Clan went against the alliance agreement, Fang Enlei would suffer the backlash of information path. In her current condition, how could she suffer any harm? Even the slightest bit of backlash would result in death. This was what Fang Yuan wanted to see. Of course, there were methods to go against the alliance agreement, but these methods had a price. It was not completely safe. Even if Fang Clan had such methods, Fang Enlei's current condition would make them hesitate. It could be said that the unconscious Fang Enlei was a protective talisman for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was fearless. He sneered, "Friend Fang Huashang, your Fang Clan needs to give me an explanation. Otherwise I, Xuan Bujin, will not take this lying down." Fang Long and Fang Yun looked at each other. Why was Senior Xuan Bujin attacking Fang Clan? Even Fang Chun, who had his head lowered, could not help but raise his head to look at Fang Yuan. His gaze was filled with the meaning of, how can you be so ungrateful? I have not continued to make things difficult for you, but you are now trying to make things difficult for us? Fang Huasheng's face showed the right amount of confusion and coldness. What do you mean? Could it be that our Fang family owes you something? Chapter 1530. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He looked at Fang Huasheng without any guilt. His gaze was cold and his attitude was even more unyielding. Under everyone's gazes, he spoke. I, Xuan Bujin, am a wisdom path Gu immortal. Do you really think I can be deceived so easily? Why did your two Fang Clan Gu immortals fall into Old Ghost by Jun's hands? In this battle, Fang Clan's reinforcements came at the right time. They could easily mobilize 2 rank 7 immortal Gu houses and several Gu immortals. Since when did Fang Clan have so many Gu immortals that they could mobilize at will? In Fallen Flower Hall, there was silence. Fang Yuan had all sorts of wisdom path methods. He did not know about it earlier, but now that he knew, he could immediately sense many clues from these clues. Fang Chen's expression changed slightly. His gaze became even darker. Fang Yun and Fang Lung looked at each other. They had awkward expressions. Fang Huasheng laughed loudly, as expected of an experienced veteran. He laughed heartily. Xuan Bujin is right. I will not beat around the bush. I will tell you directly. This is Fang Clan's strategy. Generations of planning have been going on. We must obtain this rank 8 Immortal Gu house. If fellow Immortal can help my clan, we will definitely reward you handsomely. Please take a look at this. Saying so, he took out an information path Mortal Gu and handed it to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan took a look. This was another alliance agreement. The agreement stated, as long as Fang Yuan helps Fang Clan and obtains the rank 8 Immortal Gu House Divine Bean Palace, Fang Clan will reward Fang Yuan with the rank 7 Immortal Gu. They will open up their treasury and let Fang Yuan choose one. There will also be other rank 6 and 7 immortal materials. Of course, confidentiality was the most important thing. The information path Gu Worm emphasized that even if Fang Yuan did not sign this agreement and chose to give up, Fang Clan would not stop him. But they asked Fang Yuan to go somewhere and recuperate for some time. He had to sign another confidentiality agreement. Oh, Divine Bean Palace. Is it the legendary Immortal Gu house created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable? There is very little information about this Immortal Gu house. Even Shadow Sect's True Inheritances did not mention much about it. Fang Clan has been eyeing this house for a long time. It should be Divine Bean Palace, a rank 8 Immortal Gu house. Divine Bean Palace created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Fang Clan also mobilized so much manpower and resources, they naturally have to keep it a secret. Fang Yuan muttered to himself. The confidentiality agreement was not too much. If it were Fang Yuan, he would have done the same. Fang Clan was already very polite. Of course, this was also because Fang Yuan had great strength and was a rare wisdom path Gu immortal. Fang Clan wanted to rope him in. At the same time, because it involved Divine Bean Palace, the Fong clan had to be careful. During this period of time, they had to be careful with their decisions and did not want to easily offend Fong Yuan. What if this person had treacherous methods and spoiled Fong clan's plans? For Fong Yuan, the problem wasn't keeping it a secret, but what benefits he could gain from this opportunity. The greatest benefit was undoubtedly the immortal Gu House Divine Bean Palace. Fong Yuan could fight rank 8s, even if he stayed in Fallen Flower Hall. With so many Fong Clan Gu immortals around him, it would be easy for Fong Yuan to get out. But if he offended Fong Clan for Divine Bean Palace that he had yet to obtain, it was not worth it. Not to mention whether Fong Yuan could win against the well-prepared Fong Clan. Even if it was Divine Bean Palace itself, it would be very difficult for Fong Yuan to suppress it. Furthermore, Fong Yuan wanted to obtain a large number of soul cores from Green Ghost Desert for his own cultivation. Fong Yuan thought about it. He decided to feign civility first. It was too early to fall out with Fong Clan. Even if the alliance agreement was made, it could be dissolved. Even if he could not dissolve it now, Fong Yuan had methods to restrict it, delay it, and gain time to use Immortal Killer move self-cleansing. If this move did not work, Fong Yuan could go to Northern Plains and borrow Immortal Gu Don't Care and Don't Care to form the Immortal Killer move Don't Care. Thus, Fong Yuan spoke. If your clan obtains the rank 8 Immortal Gu House Divine Bean Palace, Fong Clan will rise to the top and become the #1 clan in Western Desert. Your clan is so close, but your clan only wants to use this to buy people's hearts? Isn't that too pitiful? Saying this, Fong Yuan paused. He crushed the information path Mortal Gu and continued with his hands behind his back. Actually, it is possible to bribe others, but to bribe me, this condition is too low. Fong Huasheng saw Fong Yuan's arrogant expression. He thought, the information is correct. This person is really conceited. He had a smile on his face as he said to Fong Yuan, "Oh, that means you want to join in this and work together with our Fong clan? That is even better." Divine Bean Palace originated from Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. It is a legendary item. How can I not participate in such a grand occasion? Furthermore, if I do not participate, will your Fong clan be at ease? Fong Yuan's eyes shined with a cold light. Fong Huasheng praised, "Ha ha ha, you are very understanding. Since you are interested, our Fong clan will not be stingy. We can discuss any conditions you have. But the reward depends on the level of contribution. You should agree with this, right?" Fong Yuan smiled. "Of course. Let's settle the debt first. Firstly, even if I do not make a move and watch from the side, keeping this a secret is a contribution. It is helping Fong clan. You need to pay me for this. Secondly, I saved Fong Yun and Fong Long. Even though I was in a good mood and saved them, it also helped your Fong clan in getting Divine Bean Palace. Previously, I did not need any payment, but now, the situation is different. I need to pay for this. Furthermore, I am being chased. I helped Fallen Flower Hall and fought against strong enemies. It was extremely dangerous. I need to pay. Furthermore, I tried my best to help you, but your Fong clan slandered my good intentions. I am in a bad mood. You need to pay for this." Fong Long and Fong Yun looked at Fong Yuan's words. They were stunned. Why am I involved? Fong Chun was also stunned. Furthermore, I need to pay for my bad mood? Fong Huasheng's eyelids twitched on his old face. He suddenly realized that interacting with this wisdom path Gu Immortal was going to be a difficult task. Fong Yuan raised the price while Fong Huasheng tried to bargain. But how could he be Fong Yuan's match? Fong Yuan purposely made the accounts extremely complicated, listing them one by one. Fong Huasheng bargained with him and changed the last item. Fong Yuan said, "Since this item has been changed, we will also need to change the previous ones." Using such methods, Fong Huasheng was soon confused by Fong Yuan's accounts. He was forced to retreat. Fong Yuan, however, did not let him go. He pursued relentlessly. The final price exceeded Fong Huasheng's bottom line. "I can't accept this condition. Friend Swambujin, you can consider it again. I will be in that Immortal Gu House chicken dog coop. If you are ready, you can find me to set an alliance agreement." His expression was ashen. After saying this, he flicked his sleeves and left. After leaving Fallen Flower Hall, Fong Huasheng entered the chicken dog co-op. The negotiations failed. Fong Chun sneaked a glance at Fong Yuan. His gaze was filled with schadenfreude. Fong Long and Fong Yuan had complex emotions. On one hand, Fong Yuan was their benefactor. On the other hand, it was the clan's benefits. Thus, the two did not say a word. They remained silent from start to finish. Fong Yuan, however, smiled lightly. Fong Huasheng said he could not accept it, but that did not mean Fong Clan could not accept it. This was an important matter. Fong Huasheng left because he could not deal with Fong Yuan. He purposely said this as a form of negotiation strategy. Fong Clan is after Divine Bean Palace, regardless of success or failure. I need to set an alliance agreement that is beneficial to me. Firstly, it is a show of sincerity. Secondly, if I fail to get Divine Bean Palace, this alliance agreement will be my compensation. Fong Clan sent their third Supreme Elder here. It was to leave a path of retreat for them. In the current Fong Clan, First Supreme Elder made the decisions, Second Supreme Elder made the plans. These two were the true decision-makers of Fong Clan. If Fong Yuan wanted to make an alliance with Fong Clan, he would naturally need to find one of them. Fong Clan's First Supreme Elder has rank 8 cultivation level. Second Supreme Elder Fong Dichong is a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster but has rank 7 cultivation level. He should be coming next. As expected, after a while, an immortal goo house flew over. It was that inquiry dock. When the immortal goo house was still in the sky, Fong Huasheng came out of chicken dog coop and flew over. Soon, Fong Huasheng entered inquiry dock. Second Supreme Elder, how did it go? Fong Dichong said, Divine Bean Palace is getting faster. Inquiry dock is slower than Divine Bean Palace, but it has already used a tracking killer move. Divine Bean Palace cannot escape. What we need to do now is to repair Fallen Flower Hall and combine the 3 houses to set up the battlefield killer move Peach Blossom Maze to trap Divine Bean Palace and ensure nothing goes wrong. Fong Huasheng reported. That Swanbu Jin is very difficult to deal with. He wants a mile after taking an inch. My negotiation with him broke down. Still not done? Fong Dichong smiled as bright light flashed in his eyes. Fong Huasheng smiled bitterly. His words are sharp and precise. He is full of traps. I am not his match. But he has been staying in Fallen Flower Hall and has not left. There is no way to communicate with the outside world inside. He is avoiding suspicion. Even though he is forcing me, he still wants to set an alliance agreement with our clan. He is showing his sincerity by participating in this. Fong Dichong pondered. This might not be sincerity. He might be fearless. Fong Enlei is injured. He is a suspect. But the clan's plan is right in front of us. There is no harm in tolerating him. As the saying goes, impatience in small matters spoils great plans. After the negotiation broke down, this person has been staying in Fallen Flower Hall. He probably wants to negotiate with me personally. Fine, I'll go and see him. Inquiry dock landed on the ground. Fong Dichong appeared and entered Fallen Flower Hall to meet with Fong Yuan. This was the first time they were meeting. Fong Dichong observed Fong Yuan and nodded to himself, commenting, arrogant and conceited. He definitely has his own strengths. Not to mention anything else, just the fact that he escaped from Divine Bean Palace and the others showed his capability. Furthermore, he cultivates Wisdom Path. He cannot be underestimated. Chapter 1531. The Fong clan's history could be said to be very long. As a super force in Western Desert, Fong Clan was famous for managing goo houses. It had always had its own Wisdom Path inheritance. Because regardless of whether goo houses were mortal or immortal, they were essentially immortal killer moves. They were formed from all kinds of goo worms. They were fixed and had both offense and defense. Fong Clan managed goo houses and designed new goo houses to deduce new immortal killer moves. They could not do it without deep Wisdom Path attainment. It could even be said that Fong Clan's Wisdom Path inheritance was very outstanding. After generations of accumulation, even Fong Yuan, who had obtained Spectral Soul's true inheritance, had great reference value. Of course, even though the Wisdom Path inheritance was outstanding, it depended on whether the inheritor was worthy. In this generation of Fong Clan, not only was Fong Dichong worthy, he even brought Fong Clan's Wisdom Path inheritance to greater heights, becoming a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster. After all, he did not become a Great Grandmaster by using Dream Realms. He had painstakingly researched it step by step. Fang clan had wisdom path inheritors in every generation, but in the last 1,000 years, Fang Dichang was the only wisdom path great-grandmaster. In order to reach this realm, one must have extraordinary talent. It was not something that could be achieved by just relying on resources. Fang Yuan and Fang Dichang conversed for a while. Their words were sharp. They were like two sword experts fighting in a small space. Fang Yuan gradually fell into a disadvantage. He felt the situation was troublesome. As expected of a wisdom path great-grandmaster, amazing. Fang Yuan's probing attacks that forced Fang Huaxing into a difficult situation were all resolved by Fang Dichang without batting an eyelid. No verbal traps had any effect. Fang Dichang's thoughts were extremely clear. His memories were clear and organized. He could not be confused by Fang Yuan's words. A conversation was like a game of chess. They could think ahead 2 or 3 steps. Some words could not be said. Some words had to be said clearly to prevent themselves from being used. But a conversation between Wisdom Path Gu immortals was not just 2 or 3 steps. It was 200 to 300 steps, 500 to 600 steps, or even 1,000 steps. Fang Yuan and Fang Dichang's negotiation not only involved their own benefits. The content of the negotiation also included real-time analysis. They talked about Divine Bean Palace, Fang Clan's situation, and even Western Desert situation. This was simply a debate. These were not things that could be understood by the human brain. They needed wisdom path methods. Thoughts continued to surge, debating and deducing at the same time. Hearing this, Fang Long, Fang Yun, and the others were all dumbfounded. They felt that these two people were monsters. Their thoughts were as fast as lightning, as if they did not need to think at all. Their sudden words were like a heavenly steed soaring through the sky, as if a sword was unsheathed, causing people to be unable to block it. Compared to them, he was simply stupid. I do not have many wisdom path Dao marks. Even though I have immortal Gu, I only obtained them recently. Especially since it wasn't complete, it was incomplete. Compared to the other party, we still don't have a deep foundation. If I want to fight against Fang Clan in the future, I will definitely think of a way to kill this person first. In terms of wisdom path methods, Fang Yuan was inferior to Fang Dichang. But in terms of battle strength, Fang Yuan could fight rank 8s. He naturally surpassed Fang Dichang. Fang Dichang evaluated in his mind. This person's wisdom path cultivation level is truly extraordinary. He is extremely talented. If they could win him over for the clan, it would be Fang Clan's fortune. He, on the other hand, admired Fang Yuan's talent. If he knew Fang Yuan's true identity, as well as the killing intent Fang Yuan was plotting, who knew how he would feel? Ha ha. While arguing, Fang Yuan suddenly laughed loudly. Fang Clan's Gu immortals were baffled. Why was he laughing out of nowhere? Fang Yuan bowed towards Fang Dichang respectfully. I have heard of Senior Fang's name long ago. Seeing you today, you truly live up to your reputation. Xuan Bu Jin has learned much. Fang Yuan's sudden change in attitude made everyone feel strange. What was even stranger was that Fang Yuan lowered his conditions. Earlier, I was indignant because of the scheme. They were just deliberately making things difficult for me. Now that my skills are inferior, how can I not know what's good for me? Fang Yuan's expression was still cold. Even when apologizing, he had an arrogant expression. Oh, I understand. This person is conceited. I managed to convince him a little. Earlier, he was just taking revenge. Now that he has seen my strength, he is sincerely convinced. Fang Dichang's gaze flashed. He became even more excited. This person has such a personality. Compared to him, those with ability are not blindly arrogant. There seems to be a good chance of recruiting him into Fang Clan. But for now, Divine Bean Palace is still the priority. Let's put him aside for now. Since Fang Yuan took a step back, the two sides had no more disputes. They quickly set up a new alliance agreement. This alliance agreement was very strict. There were no loopholes. Even Fang Yuan frowned inwardly. These clauses were all connected to each other. If he used self-cleansing rashly, he might go against the agreement. It was not easy to break free from the restriction. He needed to make preparations in advance and expend a lot of energy and resources. Of course, while Fang Yuan was restricted, Fang Clan was the same. Since the alliance agreement was set, the relationship between the two sides became closer. Fang Lung, Fang Yun, and the rest looked at Fang Yuan with even more gentle gazes. Subduing Divine Bean Palace is a huge matter. It is our Fang clan's fortune to be able to obtain your help. Fellow immortal, please follow me to Wanjin Dock. Next, we will need your help. Fang Dicheng invited. Fang Yuan rolled his eyes internally. Even after setting up the alliance agreement, Fang Dicheng was not at ease. He wanted to keep Fang Yuan under his watch and keep him by his side. Wisdom Path Great Grandmasters were truly difficult to deal with. But Fang Yuan had battle strength to rely on. He was not afraid of Fang Clan trying to trick him. He even hoped that Fang Clan would act against him. That way, he could follow the alliance agreement. If any side had ill intentions and took action, the other side could ignore the alliance agreement and retaliate. After Fang Dicheng dealt with Fang Yuan's matter, he sent people to repair the Immortal Gu House Fallen Flower Hall, while asking for reinforcements. Half a day later, Fang Clan's Gu Immortals worked together to restore Fallen Flower Hall to its original state. If an Immortal Gu house was damaged, the difficulty of repairing it was very high. Fang Clan's efficiency was truly worthy of being the super force that specialized in Immortal Gu houses in Western Desert, or even in the world. Not long after, Fang Clan's reinforcements arrived. There were 2 rank 7s and 1 rank 6. Fang Enlei's injuries were stabilized, but she was unconscious. Fang Chun brought her back to Fang Clan's headquarters to recuperate. One of the 2 rank 7 reinforcements replaced Fang Enlei and became the leader of Fallen Flower Hall. This way, Fang Clan had more than 10 Gu Immortals in Green Ghost Desert. Half of them were rank 7 Gu Immortals. Among them were Fang Clan's 2nd Supreme Elder Fang Dicheng and 3rd Supreme Elder Fang Huasheng. They were famous Gu Immortal experts in Western Desert. There were also rank 6 elites like Fang Yun and Fang Long. This was a huge lineup. Fang Clan had mobilized almost half of their Gu Immortals. They were very determined to get Divine Bean Palace. After all, super forces had huge businesses. It was hard to mobilize Gu Immortals to defend their natural resources. Like Wu Clan, as the #1 super force in southern border, when it came to mobilizing Gu Immortals, Wu Yong had been worried about it for a long time. Fang Clan mobilized so many Gu Immortals at once. They must have prepared for a long time. They must have made many arrangements. They might have used deceptive tactics or formed secret alliances. This kind of thing was very risky for Fang Clan. If they were not careful, other super forces might plot against them. Fang Clan's resistance would be too weak. They would suffer a huge loss. In fact, the situation might even collapse. But for rank 8 Immortal Gu House Divine Bean Palace, this risk is worth it. Fang Yuan nodded to himself, agreeing with Fang Clan's decision. After some rest, Fang Clan's Gu Immortals moved out. 3 Immortal Gu houses flew together. Inside Inquiry Dock, Fang Yuan stood beside Fang Dicheng. To his surprise, Fang Dicheng also let him participate in controlling Inquiry Dock. Fang Dicheng was the main controller of the Immortal Gu house. The other Fang Clan Gu Immortals assisted him. But letting an outsider like Fang Yuan participate was simply exposing Inquiry Dock secrets. If Fang Yuan understood the workings of Inquiry Dock from the inside, it would be much easier to target this Immortal Gu house in the future. Sensing Fang Yuan's expression, Fang Dicheng laughed. Friend Swambujin, are you wondering why I trust you so much? He. Actually, even if you see all of Inquiry Dock's mysteries, there is no harm. Firstly, we have an alliance agreement. Secondly, some things are easier said than done. Thirdly, our clan's Inquiry Dock is not unchanging. The truth is, all Immortal Gu houses will grow stronger along with our clan's development. Fang Yuan was moved. I have finally learned a thing or two about Fang Clan's style. Fang Dicheng laughed heartily. Speaking of which, I still don't know about your situation. Have you been cultivating in Green Ghost Desert? Fang Yuan was not flustered when he was asked about his origin. He had already made detailed and substantial preparations for this. He answered them one by one. Even Fang Dicheng did not find any flaws. The two continued to talk while the other Gu Immortals of Inquiry Dock quietly controlled the Immortal Gu houses. It seems that this Fang Dicheng wants to recruit me. Fang Yuan sensed some clues from the other party's tone and expression. He found it a little funny. But he did not point it out. He tried to placate Fang Dicheng. We are here. This is the place. After flying for a while, Fang Dicheng's expression suddenly froze. He ordered the 3 Immortal Gu houses to stop. This was still Green Ghost Desert, But below the three immortal Gu houses was an ordinary desert. There was nothing special about it. Fong Dichang squinted. This divine bean palace really concealed itself deeply. Let's set up the formation. Immortal battlefield killer move. Peach blossom maze. In an instant, the area within a radius of 1,000 li had turned into a peach forest. The peach trees were extremely tall, and their branches were densely packed together. However, there were no leaves or flowers, let alone fruits. Everything was bare and smooth. Amazing! Fong Yuan's heart shook fiercely. This immortal battlefield killer move could even trap and confuse rank 8 Gu immortals. It was very impressive. After all, this was a supreme method that could only be unleashed by 3 rank 7 immortal Gu houses working together. Oh, he is here? Deep underground, Chen Yi's heart shook. At this moment, he had already infiltrated Divine Bean Palace. Chapter 1532. Central Continent's Heavenly Lotus Sect was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. During Genesis Lotus era, this sect was the #1 sect among the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. But now, it had fallen to the middle of the pack. Everything in the world was impermanent. Regardless of whether it was an organization or an individual, there would always be ups and downs. There was no such thing as being strong and prosperous from the beginning to the end, and there was no such thing as being unchanging throughout the years. As the first Supreme Elder of Heavenly Lotus Sect, Chen Yi grasped the true inheritance of Heavenly Lotus. Thus, he had a strong influence on Divine Bean Palace. Fairy Myrtle knew how to use people. She did not send anyone to help Chen Yi. With just Chen Yi, he could easily subdue Divine Bean Palace and get rid of the legendary immemorial soul beast Qing Chou. However, there was a change midway. This Qing Chou is spectral soul demon venerable and was formed in Divine Bean Palace. It has some of the abilities of Karma Divine Tree. Thus, it has a strong connection to anyone or anything close to spectral soul demon venerable. If I can subdue it, not only can I research it and increase my understanding of Karma Divine Tree, I can also use it to search for the whereabouts of Shadow Sect's remnants. Chen Yi was moved. It was not difficult to subdue Divine Bean Palace and get rid of Qing Chou. It would have been slightly troublesome, but now that Qing Chou was in a weakened state, it was completely suppressed by Divine Bean Palace. And Chen Yi was a rank 8 Gu immortal, the first Supreme Elder of Heavenly Lotus Sect. He had great battle strength. With Divine Bean Palace, getting rid of Qing Chou would not be a problem. However, Chen Yi had a deeper consideration. He was the first Supreme Elder of Heavenly Lotus Sect. He was above everyone. But once this was done, he would have to go to Celestial Court. He could not be the first Supreme Elder of Heavenly Lotus Sect anymore. There would be a huge gap between the two of them. Celestial Court was the largest sect in the world. If Chen Yi joined, he would be a newcomer. His status would be the lowest. Someone like Chen Yi had been the first Supreme Elder for many years. He had tasted authority and was at the peak. Naturally, he would not feel comfortable with this kind of difference in status. Instead, he was thinking about how to change and improve his status. To raise one's status in Celestial Court, it was neither hard nor easy. He just had to make contributions. If I can't control Qing Chou, I will be able to track down the remnants of Shadow Sect. I will be placed in an important position in Celestial Court. If I make contributions in the future, I will be able to get out of this awkward situation. My status and strength will rise. Ancestor Genesis Lotus. Although you have the Karma Divine Tree, this move is the essence of Wood Path. Ancestor cannot predict the current situation. If he knows this, he will be able to understand me and acknowledge my choice. After he did so, Fong Clan's Gu Immortal Gu 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 Immortal Gu Gu Immortal Gu Hall Sect Continent Immortal God Lotus Sect Immortal Gu Domain Killer Dragon Spirit God Peach Flower Forest. While he was executing it, Fong Clan's Gu Immortals arrived and set up the Immortal Battlefield Killer move Peach Blossom Maze. Chen Yi immediately sensed it the moment it was set up. He's finally here. Chen Yi's face was calm, and he did not panic. Fong Clan's arrival was also within his expectations. Go. Chen Yi stood in the palace and faced Qing Chou. He waved his sleeves and ordered Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine. In this short period of time, he had already temporarily subdued these two people. Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine originally wanted to resist, but after learning about Chen Yi's cultivation and origin, and after Chun Yi interfered with Divine Bean Palace and suppressed their master, they immediately changed their ways and were ordered around by Chen Yi. Roar! The gates of the Divine Bean Palace opened and a large number of soul beasts swarmed out. On the other side, the Fong family. Fong Dichong was a Wisdom Path great-grandmaster and also the second Supreme Elder. He naturally took on the role of leader. With his order, several Gu immortals flew out of the 3 immortal Gu houses and attacked Divine Bean Palace at the center. This peach blossom maze is truly profound. In the real world, this Divine Bean Palace should be hidden deep underground in the desert, but after being covered by peach blossom maze, it appeared in the peach blossom forest. It is very eye-catching. Fong Yuan was still watching the battle in Inquiry Dock. His eyes shined brightly as he praised Peach Blossom Maze. Immortal battlefield killer moves could create something from nothing and create a battle environment that was beneficial to Gu immortals. Peach Blossom Maze was extremely effective in this aspect. It actually changed the earth vein of the desert and revealed Divine Bean Palace that was hidden underground. Fong Yuan could not understand the profundity of this. He could only make some guesses. Fong Clan's 3 immortal Gu houses were concealed. They were nowhere to be seen. They were the 3 cores. The Gu immortals inside expended immortal essence to maintain Peach Blossom Maze battlefield killer move. This huge battlefield was extremely vast. There were peach blossom trees everywhere. And at the center of this peach blossom forest, there was a grand immortal Gu house Divine Bean Palace. At this moment, Divine Bean Palace's door opened as a large number of soul beasts charged out. Desolate level soul beasts, ancient soul beasts, and even immemorial soul beasts. These 3 immemorial soul beasts were naturally the winged black python, bull-body leopard tail, and one-eyed giant that fought against Fong Yuan and Fong Enlei earlier. And Fong Clan had 6 Gu immortals, 2 rank 6 and 4 rank 7. Fong Lung, Fong Yun, and Fong Chan were among them. Fong Clan's 3rd Supreme Elder Fong Huashang was personally leading them. After these soul beasts charged out of Divine Bean Palace, they did not attack the Fong Clan Gu immortals. They surrounded Divine Bean Palace and stood quietly, forming a huge round formation that surrounded Divine Bean Palace. Boom, boom, boom. Both sides fought. Fong Clan's Gu immortals were shocked at the next moment. The killer moves they unleashed exploded with all sorts of power within the group of soul beasts. But when the light dissipated, these soul beasts were actually only slightly injured, and their injuries were recovering at an extremely terrifying speed. How can this be? These soul beasts seem to have a method. Each position has its own profundity. Just as they were confused, Chani shouted from within Divine Bean Palace. Divine Bean Palace shined with a bright green light. Next, a trace of green in tint was drawn out from the depths of these soul beasts' bodies. Crack, crack. A series of crisp sounds could be heard as the green light condensed into wooden armor that draped over the soul beasts' bodies, protecting them from head to toe. Fong Yuan did not understand, but inside Inquiry Dock, Fong Dicheng's expression changed as he muttered. This is Divine Bean Palace's immortal killer move, Green Armor Vegetable Garden. Green Armor Vegetable Garden? Fong Yuan asked. Fong Dicheng glanced at him and smiled bitterly. Fong Clan only collected this much information. We only know this name and its general appearance. We do not know anything about its true power. Fong Yuan showed intense interest. He looked at the battlefield without blinking. This move is related to Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. It is definitely not simple. We should probe it first. Fong Dicheng nodded. That is the only way. Chapter 1533. Fong Clan's immortal killer moves continued to land on the Soul Beast army. It was a dazzling scene. It was like countless fireworks were exploding. Colorful lights shone on the faces of Fong Clan's Gu immortals. They had ugly expressions. Even though these soul beasts are damaged, it is not a big deal. Their green armors can actually connect to each other and share the damage. This is amazing. Fong Clan's 6 Gu immortals could not take them down at this time. From the immortal Gu house chicken dog coop behind them, a purple-clothed female immortal flew out. Let me do it. She shouted as she activated the immortal killer move that she had already prepared. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At once, a thick poison cloud appeared in the sky. The huge poison cloud cast a shadow on Divine Bean Palace and the Soul Beast army. Countless sparrows flew out of the poison cloud. These sparrows were like arrows. They were extremely fast and agile. They were formed from immortal killer moves. Countless sparrows flew into the Soul Beast army, causing chaos in the army. But after a while, Fong Clan's Gu Immortal's expressions turned grim. The killer move had a huge momentum, but the effect was not good. Even Fong Ji's Poison Cloud Arrow Sparrow is useless. Poison Path is also useless. It seems that this green armor vegetable garden has no flaws. Inside Inquiry Dock, Fong Dichong frowned deeply. He turned to look at Fong Yuan. What do you think, Swambu Jin? Fong Yuan shook his head. I am ashamed. I did not find a flaw in this killer move either. But in my opinion, this Divine Bean Palace is completely different from before. It seems to have a lot of intelligence now. Green Armor Vegetable Garden is just one aspect. When these soul beasts defend against the attacks, they advance and retreat with great teamwork. Divine Bean Palace is completely impenetrable. The difference between the two is too huge. Fong Dichong nodded. He knew about the scene of Fong Yuan and Fong Enlei fighting against Divine Bean Palace earlier. Divine Bean Palace could only charge around without using any killer moves. It was like a brute. But now, this Divine Bean Palace was unmoving like a mountain. It was like a strategist on the battlefield. It defended the camp impenetrably. Fong Clan's Gu Immortals could not attack it even after a long time. There was indeed a huge difference in their performance. Fong Dichong was even more worried about the reason. We've set up the Peach Blossom Maze, but Divine Bean Palace didn't even try to break out. Instead, they're defending to the death. Could it be that they can't teleport? Or are you trying to stall for time? Fong Dichong was more worried about the latter. If the other party wanted to stall for time, he must have an ulterior motive. Thinking of this, Fong Dichong made up his mind and summoned the Fong Clan Gu Immortals who were fighting outside. Come back. We will use Peach Blossom Maze to attack. Peach Blossom Maze was an immortal battlefield killer move. It could trap a rank 8 Gu Immortal. It was not simple. Fong Clan's Gu Immortals returned to their immortal Gu houses. Peach Blossom Maze started to grow rapidly. The originally bare branches began to emit a tender green color. Then, the green spread, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a lush forest. A gust of wind blew. The leaves of the Peach Blossom Maze rustled, creating waves of jade light. The wave crashed towards Divine Bean Palace. The Soul Beast army was forced to retreat. The desolate and ancient soul beasts at the periphery were all destroyed by the jade light wave. Peach Blossom Maze's transformation was grand. It actually forced the entire soul beast army to retreat. These soul beasts roared and roared, but the jade light wave was too powerful. They could not resist it individually. Within Divine Bean Palace, Chenyi frowned. This Peach Blossom Maze is quite special. Right now, he was still suppressing Ching Cho. He could not free himself to use Divine Bean Palace. Divine Bean Palace burst out with profound light that enveloped the remaining soul beasts. Next, the profound light engulfed most of the soul beasts and gathered on the 3 immemorial soul beasts. The 3 immemorial soul beasts seemed to have received a huge boost. Their bodies expanded and became even larger monsters. The 3 giant monsters were like 3 mountain peaks that completely blocked the emerald light waves. Peach Blossom Maze changed again. As the jade light wave faded, the green color became even more concentrated. A red could be seen among the greenery. Next, countless red dots bloomed like stars in the night sky. They were peach blossoms. The peach blossoms were bright and beautiful. Another gust of wind blew. Countless petals fluttered in the wind. At once, the petals condensed into human figures in the air. This is the killer move Flowery Wind Warrior. I will have to trouble friend Swanbu Jin to control a portion of it. Fong Dichong said to Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan nodded. After obtaining Fong Dichang's permission, he could control the human figures formed by the petals. As for the quantity, Fong Yuan tested it first. He used 12 Flowery Wind Warriors at once. Surprise flashed across Fong Yuan's eyes. Each Flowery Wind Warrior seems to be able to inject a killer move into them. After the accumulation is done, they will self-detonate to unleash the killer move. Friend, you have a keen sense. This is the use of Flowery Wind Warriors. Fong Dicheng smiled as he replied. Fong Yuan tried using Immortal Killer move Ignited Thought Flying Rock. Immediately, one of the flowery wind warriors he controlled flew to the top of Divine Bean Palace and self-detonated. What exploded was a bunch of Psyche Fire meteorites, which rumbled as they smashed downwards. Divine Bean Palace did not budge, but the three immemorial soul beasts' bodies shook as they were covered in thought fire. Fong Yuan's eyes shined, he praised. This move's explosive speed is almost the same as the true body. Not only can it make up for the weakness of the immortal Gu House, it can also fully display our advantage in numbers. It is also not afraid of expenditure. Many tactics require careful choice of true bodies, but this move can be used repeatedly and riskily. Just as he said this, Fong Yuan controlled another flowery wind warrior to dive down and arrive behind an immemorial soul beast. Immortal Killer move, 180 slaves. With this move, the immemorial soul beast's body immediately froze. It suffered a formless impact. At the same time, the other three flowery wind warriors descended and exploded, each using 3 stratagem Immortal Killer moves. Bam bam bam. The immemorial soul beast that was injured by Fong Yuan immediately recovered. But at the next moment, green light flashed in Divine Bean Palace. The immemorial soul beast that was injured by Fong Yuan was not heavily injured to begin with. It immediately recovered. Difficult. Even with the flowery wind warrior's ingenious move, the defense of Divine Bean Palace was too strong. The 3 immemorial soul beasts were like 3 great dams. No matter how much water flooded the outside world, they were still able to hold their ground, unmoving like a mountain. Fong Yuan did not use his true trump cards. Fong Clan's Gu Immortals also did not make much progress. The situation was in a deadlock again. Fong Dicheng's brows were almost frowning. Peach Blossom Maze only had 3 transformations. Now that it was the second transformation, there was still no breakthrough in the situation. Divine Bean Palace's defense was so tight. Right when Fong Dicheng wanted to change to the third form, Fong Yuan suddenly attacked. 180 slaves. 180 slaves. 180 slaves. The 3 flowery wind warriors exploded one after another. Fong Yuan had instilled the enslavement path killer move 180 slaves inside. At this moment, the 3 moves overlapped and landed on the winged black python immemorial soul beast. This immemorial soul beast immediately froze like a statue. Not long after, Fong Yuan gave a shout. It broke free from the enemy's control and joined Fong Yuan. The second immemorial soul beast was obtained. At once, the leaders of both sides, Chun Yi and Fong Dicheng, were stunned. Divine Bean Palace was supporting them from the back. These immemorial soul beasts were wearing green armor and had thick defense. Any injuries they suffered could be healed instantly. Fong Clan's offense was extremely difficult. However, Fong Yuan bypassed this and directly seized the immemorial soul beasts. Friend, so enslavement path is the weakness of this green armor vegetable garden. I hope you can continue attacking. Fong Dicheng paused before saying in a serious tone, Fong Clan will reward you greatly. Chun Yi snorted coldly. The enemy actually found this loophole. It is a pity that these are not Divine Bean soldiers produced by Divine Bean Palace. We can only use these soul beasts to replace them. If they were Divine Bean soldiers, how could they take them away so easily? In Inquiry Dock, Fong Yuan smiled bitterly. I was just lucky. I have already used it once and subdued an immemorial soul beast. This is the second one. I have already reached the limit of my abilities. I will have to pay a huge price to use this move next. I wonder, what is the reward that Second Supreme Elder is referring to? Fong Dicheng's eyelids drooped, concealing the sharpness in his eyes, but he was secretly furious. This Swan Bujin actually dared to threaten me the moment he got the chance. He will have to pay a huge price? That is to say, he can continue using this move, but it will depend on whether my Fong Clan can compensate him for the price he paid. He made an alliance agreement with me. He cannot deceive me in this aspect. Unfortunately, my Fong Clan does not have an enslavement path expert. We were actually threatened by an outsider. Chapter 1534. Even though Fong Dicheng was furious, Divine Bean Palace was right in front of them. Fong Clan's plan could not fail. and Fang Yuan's method of subduing immemorial soul beasts was the best way to break the stalemate. Fang Dichang smiled. What reward does Xuanbu Jin want? As long as you say it, Fang Clan will help you to the best of our abilities. Fang Yuan asked him what reward he wanted, but Fang Dichang countered with a question. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Lord Fang is a straightforward person. I am not greedy. A rank 7 immortal goo is not a problem. Fang Yuan's tone turned sluggish as he said this. His gaze flickered as he showed some embarrassment. Rank 7 immortal goo. Fang Dichang's heart shook. He became even angrier, but he showed a smile and sincerity on his face. With the merit of suppressing all the immemorial soul beasts, it is only right for Fang Clan to reward you with a rank 7 immortal goo. If we subdue Divine Bean Palace in the end, you will be able to obtain a second rank 7 immortal goo. Fang Dichang not only agreed to Fang Yuan's request, he even continued to entice him with great rewards. I am ashamed. Fang Yuan sighed. I need to obtain this first rank 7 immortal goo first, otherwise, I will not be able to make up my mind to pay such a huge price to suppress the remaining immemorial soul beasts. Why are you so impatient? You don't trust our Fang Clan? The Fang Clan goo immortals could not stand it anymore. They shouted angrily. Fang Yuan cupped his fists. Fang Clan friends, if I continue to use it, the price will be too high. My foundation will be greatly damaged. I need to obtain a rank 7 immortal goo before I can make up my mind. Alright, I have a method in Inquiry Dock to communicate with the outside world. It is not a problem for the headquarters to send a rank 7 immortal goo. This is our clan's rank 7 treasury. Feel free to choose. Fang Dichang said as an information path goo worm flew out of his sleeve. It was actually a rank 7 information path immortal goo. This immortal goo was rare, Fang Yuan thought. My information is hard to come by. Information path immortal goo can help me gather information and learn secrets. When he was reborn, he relied on the memories of his past life. Providence must have tampered with it and laid a trap. It was not reliable. Recently, he had been relying on the information from the legacy of the Shadow Sect. Unfortunately, the information was getting outdated. This information path rank 7 immortal goo is suitable for me. Fang Yuan received the information path immortal goo and inspected it with his mind. He saw that there were only 6 rank 7 immortal goo in it. Fang Clan has such a deep foundation. There are definitely more than 6 rank 7 immortal goo. Fang Dichang must have hidden some of them and not let me choose. Just the 6 immortal goo in front of him made Fang Yuan's vision blur. He was interested in every immortal goo here. Because he had inherited the true inheritance of the Shadow Sect, any immortal goo could be put to good use in his hands. But soon, when Fang Yuan saw one of the immortal goo, his heart shook slightly. He immediately made up his mind to choose this goo. Rank 7 Great Thief goo? Fang Dichang was very surprised after learning of Fang Yuan's choice. This was a theft path immortal goo, while Xuanbu Jin was a wisdom path goo immortal. Fang Yuan did not explain. He did not need to explain. Fang Dichang displayed these rank 7 immortal goo. It meant that Fang Clan could give up on these immortal goo. And in the current situation, Fang Clan was anxious while Fang Yuan was not. Thus, if Fang Dichang wanted to use this to embezzle the immortal goo, Fang Yuan would not make a move. Maybe, this person is afraid that I will use this against him, so he purposely threw out an answer. When I refuse, he will give it up. Fang Dichang guessed. Wisdom Path goo immortals were too quick-witted. Friend, do you really want this immortal goo? Fang Dichang asked for confirmation. Fang Yuan hesitated for a moment before answering. This goo? Fang Dichang nodded. In that case, I will agree to your request. Immediately, he activated a killer move and took out this rank 7 immortal goo from Fang Clan's headquarters, transporting it to Inquiry Dock. The entire process was very fast. Fang Yuan soon obtained this Great Thief goo and easily refined it with Fang Dichang's help. This Great Thief immortal goo was a beetle with a wide head and a horn. It was as tall as an adult. Its body was covered in a black carapace that emitted a metallic luster, giving off a strong feeling. Fang Yuan obtained this immortal goo and was secretly excited. My gains this time are truly a pleasant surprise. I am already a great grandmaster in Theft Path. I only lack Theft Path immortal goo. Now, This great thief immortal goo came at the right time. Not only can I use my advantage in theft path, I can even use ghostly concealment. Fang Yuan had theft path attainment level. It was easy for him to create theft path immortal killer moves. And most importantly, ghostly concealment. This immortal killer move was personally used by thieving heaven demon Venerable. It was a rank 9 killer move with extraordinary power. But all along, it was of little value to Fang Yuan. Why? Even though it could prevent Fang Yuan from being detected by ghosts and soul beasts, every time Fang Yuan used an immortal killer move, he would be exposed. If a firecracker was buried underground, no one would be able to see it, but if the firecracker shot out flames, it would be detected. Moreover, ghostly concealment had been interfering with Ghost Soldier Garment all along. In fact, Ghost Soldier Garment was suppressed by ghostly concealment. Its effect was greatly reduced. Ghostly concealment did not need to expend immortal essence. It could move on its own. This was the work of a theft path Supreme Grandmaster. Only Supreme Grandmasters could surpass the limits and restrictions of this world in certain aspects. Fang Yuan was a theft path Great Grandmaster, but he could not use ghostly concealment. Even though he had a deeper understanding of ghostly concealment, he still had many doubts. However, these doubts were not enough to stop him from using ghostly concealment. How to use ghostly concealment to truly use this killer move for himself? Rank 7 Great Thief Immortal Goo was the key to solving this problem. As long as I add some mortal goo and spend some time, I will be able to extract the power of ghostly concealment and use it freely. A bright light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. But for now, I need to get rid of these immemorial soul beasts. Fang Clan's Goo Immortals do not have much patience. Fang Yuan still wanted to establish a relationship with Fang Clan for the sake of Green Ghost Desert. He did not want to offend Fang Clan now. Thus, inside the sovereign immortal aperture, he immediately killed the 2 immemorial soul beasts that he had subdued. These 2 immemorial soul beasts were originally hard to kill, but Fang Yuan controlled them. Not only would they not resist, they would even cooperate. They naturally stretched out their necks and died obediently. After it died, Fang Yuan obtained 2 spirit cores the size of horse carriages. Rank 8 Immortal Material, Immemorial Soul Core. This was truly rare. If not for this situation, Fang Yuan would not have killed these 2 immemorial soul beasts. But there was no helping it. 180 slaves required a large number of soul beasts as the foundation. Fang Yuan had a vast number of soul beasts, including many desolate level and ancient soul beasts. But these soul beasts were already the limit for Fang Yuan to control these 2 immemorial soul beasts. Now, it was impossible for Fang Yuan to control even more immemorial soul beasts. Without a choice, Fang Yuan could only kill these 2 immemorial soul beasts. This was also the huge price that Fang Yuan had mentioned to Fang Dichang earlier. This was not a lie. It was the truth. How could the death of 2 rank 8 battle strengths not be a huge price? However, after Fang Yuan did this, he immediately used his method to use attitude goo, causing his body to shake intensely and his face to turn pale. Blood flowed out of his mouth and nose. It seems that Swanbu Jin was not lying. If we continue to use that method, we will have to pay a huge price. At once, the Fang Clan Goo Immortals who saw this felt a little better. Although I cannot bear to do this, the situation is urgent. Please take action. Fang Dichang urged. I will definitely do my best. Fang Yuan gave a light shout. He seemed to be energized as he instilled 180 slaves into the flowery wind warriors again. After 3 moves, Fang Yuan used the same method and seized that bull god leopard tail immemorial soul beast. Guh. Fang Yuan coughed out a mouthful of blood. His body was on the verge of collapse. His face was pale as paper. He almost fell down. Friend Swanbu Jin, be careful. Please take care of your body. We will need to rely on you for the remaining immemorial soul beast. How are your injuries? I can heal you. Fang Clan's immortals asked. It's fine, it's fine. Fang Yuan waved his hand. It was fine indeed. This was just his disguise. Fang Clan's Goo Immortals heard his reply, and their anger subsided by more than half. Next, Fang Yuan took action again and subdued the final immemorial soul beast. Chapter 1535. Thanks to Fang Yuan's outstanding performance, the last two immemorial soul beasts in the periphery of Divine Being Palace were taken away by Fang Yuan. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, after losing two immemorial soul beasts, two new ones appeared in the blink of an eye. One had the body of a bull and the tail of a leopard, the other was a giant with one eye and two hands. This Xuanbu Jin is indeed a wisdom path Gu immortal. Our Fang clan has been scheming for generations. But now that we have yet to obtain Divine Being Palace, this outsider has gained a huge advantage. Not only did he obtain a rank 7 immortal Gu of our clan, he even subdued two immemorial soul beasts. He has rank 8 battle strength. Fang clan's Gu immortals had different expressions. Fang Yuan's gains were too great. Even 3rd Supreme Elder Fang Huasheng was feeling uneasy. Others were also feeling jealous. However, this was also human nature. Fang clan contributed the most, but so far, it was Fang Yuan, the outsider, who had gained the most. Fang clan was still contributing. It was no wonder that Fang clan's Gu immortals felt uneasy. This Xuanbu Jin is amazing. He actually has a method to subdue immemorial soul beasts. However, it is not strange that he could move unhindered in Green Ghost Desert and subdue many soul beasts, forming a soul beast army. But why does he want Great Thief Immortal Gu? Could it be that he possesses the inheritance of the Tao of Theft? This Great Thief Immortal Gu is one of the core Immortal Gu of Theft Path. It was created by thieving heaven demon Venerable himself. My Fang clan's ancestor obtained it in an accident from a loose immortal who sought refuge with us. Humph. Do you think it is so easy to obtain my Fang clan's things? How can we rest until we squeeze out this Xuanbu Jin's labor? Fang clan's 2nd Supreme Elder Fang Dichang pondered. He was about to speak when he saw that after subduing the two immemorial soul beasts, Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed, as if he was heavily injured and needed to recuperate. Friend Xuanbu Jin? Fang Dichang called out. Fang Yuan did not speak. How are your injuries? Fang Dichang's eyes shined with cold light. Fang Yuan was silent. It seems that Xuanbu Jin's injuries are very severe. How about I heal you? Fang Dichang continued. Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes and said with a hoarse and exhausted voice, Don't worry, I'm fine. I can suppress these two immemorial soul beasts. The most important thing now was to attack Divine Being Palace. The changes in God Being Palace were obvious, and it was trying to stall for time. If fellow immortal continues to drag this out, I'm afraid something might happen. Since you are already in our Peach Blossom Maze, there is nothing to be afraid of. A Fang clan Gu immortal said in disdain. Fang Dichang's eyes flashed with cold light as he looked at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan closed his eyes again. This Xuanbu Jin is so thick-skinned. I originally wanted to order him to attack Divine Being Palace to probe the danger, but I didn't expect him to behave like this. What a pity, what a pity. There was no treaty in the alliance to force him to submit. At this moment, he had to focus on the bigger picture. This Divine Being Palace is the goal of my clan for generations. We cannot lose the bigger picture because of a small gain. Even though Fang Dichang was a wisdom path great grandmaster, he could only swallow his anger. He continued to give orders as the three immortal Gu houses expended a large amount of immortal essence again. Countless flower petals fluttered like a storm. In the rain of flowers, a large number of flowery wind warriors formed and were controlled by Fang clan's Gu immortals to attack Divine Being Palace. Go! It is time for you to show your loyalty. Inside Divine Being Palace, Chani had a cold expression as he ordered Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine. The latter two looked at each other with worry and difficulty. Eagle Concubine had an ugly expression. With our abilities, we will be courting death if we go out and fight. Lord Chuni, please reconsider. Chun-Yi chuckled with a cold gaze. If you disobey my orders, you will die immediately. If you go out and resist, I will still have reinforcements and a trace of hope. As long as you stall for time and let me subdue this legendary immemorial soul beast, I will reward you greatly. You know who I am, and I don't want to lie to you. I will give you 3 breaths of time to make your decision. Chun-Yi was very domineering. Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine could only accept the orders bitterly. They left Divine Bean Palace and faced the Flowery Wind Warriors. Boom, boom, boom. Both sides exchanged fire, surrounding the Divine Bean Palace and fighting intensely. Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine were rank 7 demonic path Goo immortals. They were much more intelligent than immemorial soul beasts, especially when they had been demonic cultivators for a long time. They had been chased by righteous path forces before. They were very skilled in life-saving techniques. Even though Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine were at a disadvantage, they were very resilient. They were able to restrain these Flowery Wind Warriors. However, as time passed, Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine sustained more and more injuries. The situation became more dangerous. Chen-Yi was multitasking. He strengthened Divine Bean Palace while suppressing Qing-Cho while watching the battle. He praised inwardly. This move is very profound. It can instill an immortal killer move inside, allowing the Goo immortals inside the Immortal Goo House to fully display their unique methods, allowing the Immortal Goo House to be as agile as an ancient battle formation. It is not simple. Thinking of this, he waved his hand. Divine Bean Palace shook and shot out 2 profound lights that landed on Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine. The profound lights moved and quickly entered Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine's bodies. The two were shocked. They quickly inspected their bodies but did not find anything wrong. At this time, Fong Clan attacked again. The two had no time to think. They faced the battle head-on. In the battle, the two soon found something different. When they were injured again, profound lights flashed on their bodies. The injuries were immediately transferred away. They did not affect their bodies. This is Divine Bean Palace's method. Immortal killer move Graft Wood. Go ahead and use it. Divine Bean Palace will bear the brunt of the damage. At this time, Chun-Yi's voice resounded in their ears. Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine were shocked and joyful. They were happy that they still had value. Chun-Yi did not use them as cannon fodder. Now that he was helping them, they could hold on for a longer period of time. They were shocked that Chun-Yi had only been in Divine Bean Palace for a short period of time, but he could already control Divine Bean Palace and use a second method. It was clear that Divine Bean Palace was gradually falling into his control. Fong Dichang quickly sensed this change. No matter what killer move Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine received, profound lights flashed on their bodies. They were unscathed. What killer move is this? It is so profound. Not just offensive moves, even some time path and space path supplementary killer moves cannot affect them. Fong Dichang's suspicions intensified. He suddenly ordered Fong Clan's Goo Immortals. Go and use killer moves to heal those two. Fong Clan's Goo Immortals were dazed. How could they help the enemy? But Fong Dichang had high prestige. No one objected. They immediately started to move. Healing methods were used on Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine, but they were useless. Oh, it seems that this Fong Clan Goo Immortal who is commanding the battle is a capable person. Chen Yi's eyes shined with bright light. He immediately saw that Fong Dichang was purposely probing the power of Graft Wood killer move. Even healing killer moves are useless. Fong Dichang immediately used his method. After deducing for a while, he ordered, ignore these two. Attack Divine Bean Palace with all your strength. The Immortals obeyed. The Flowery Wind Warriors self-detonated one after another. A large number of offensive killer moves with extraordinary power and mystical effects landed on Divine Bean Palace. Divine Bean Palace shook intensely. Even though the core was not shaken, a large number of mortal goo were lost. Chun-Yi nodded inwardly. Fong Dichang's plan was very wise. He had already deduced the relationship between Old Ghost by June, Eagle Concubine, and Divine Bean Palace. When attacking these two Goo Immortals, any killer move could be dodged or blocked, but Divine Bean Palace did not move. It could only endure the attacks. Furthermore, Fong Clan's killer moves could be amplified by Peach Blossom, Maze as long as they were used by the Flowery Wind Warriors. If not for this, Divine Bean Palace would not have been shaken so easily. Chan-Yi frowned slightly. He could only influence Divine Bean Palace. He could not control it. In fact, in some aspects, he was inferior to Qing-Cho. Qing-Cho could also influence Divine Bean Palace and move this Immortal Goo House. But now that this authority was taken by Qing-Cho, Chun-Yi could not move Divine Bean Palace. It could only stay on the spot. Chun Yi could kill Qing Chou and obtain this authority. He would be able to make Divine Bean Palace fly. But this way, Qing Chou would not be able to live. It would greatly affect Chen Yi's future cultivation plans. Thus, Chun Yi was trying to force Qing Chou to surrender. If he succeeded, not only would Qing Chou work for him, it would also be able to control Divine Bean Palace and move around. It would no longer be in a passive position. Fong clan changed their tactics and gained the upper hand. Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine became people that no one paid attention to. These two had their own intentions. They were forced by Chun Yi. Now that Fong clan's Gu immortals did not pay attention to them, they were happy to see this. Thus, they conserved their strength and did not attack with full force. Divine Bean Palace endured Fong clan's bombardment for half a cup of tea's time. Chun Yi's brows suddenly relaxed. During this period of time, he had a deeper understanding of Divine Bean Palace. He could use another method. It is a pity it is not a defensive method, but this move can change the situation. Chun Yi thought. Immortal Killer Move, Myriad Life Spring Lightning. At the next moment, Divine Bean Palace shook fiercely. Countless bolts of lightning coiled around the palace like snakes and dragons. The lightning condensed into jade-green lightning balls that bombarded the surroundings of the palace. Rumble. Amidst a series of explosions, only a few of the flowery wind warriors managed to escape. The rest were all killed. This killer move. Fong Dichang's gaze focused. His expression was unprecedentedly grim. This spring lightning not only destroyed the flowery wind warriors, it also landed on the ground and in the air, destroying countless peach trees. These peach trees were formed from the immortal battlefield killer move Peach Blossom Maze. Normally speaking, if they were destroyed, Peach Blossom Maze killer move could quickly restore them. But the areas that were destroyed by these spring lightning bolts turned into green grass. Moreover, the pine and cypress trees replaced the peach forest, their roots deeply embedded into the ground. Every time a spring thunder exploded, a pine and cypress tree would grow, and gradually, a sparse forest was formed. Even though this small forest could not compare to Peach Blossom Maze, it was like a reef by the sea, stubbornly resisting Peach Blossom Maze's restoration. Chapter 1536. Such a powerful killer move. There is life in death. There is death in life. It combines destruction and rebirth. Peach Blossom Maze is my Fong clan's trump card. It was actually corroded by this move. If it continues, the entire battlefield killer move will be unraveled. Fong Dichang was internally shocked. Once this battlefield killer move was unraveled, the three immortal Gu houses would suffer backlash and be heavily injured. Fong Dichang was very confident in Peach Blossom Maze's power, but now he saw the possibility of it being unraveled. As expected of the rank 8 immortal Gu house Divine Bean Palace, Fong Dichang sighed. He became even more determined to obtain Divine Bean Palace. The stronger Divine Bean Palace was, the greater the fighting spirit of Fong clan's Gu immortals. Then let's use the third transformation. Fong Dichang willed and ordered. Fong clan's Gu immortals obeyed. They made the remaining flowery wind warriors self-detonate. In the entire Peach Blossom Maze, flower petals fell and vanished. The green leaves turned brown and yellow. The branches became bare again. The only difference was that the tips of these branches were starting to form red peaches. Myriad Life Spring Lightning landed on these peach blossom trees. Most of the power was absorbed by them and turned into nutrients, turning into red peaches. Oh, this move's transformation. Chun Yi's eyes flashed. Myriad Life Spring Lightning's attack slowed down. Soon, he realized something. It turned out that this Peach Blossom Maze's third transformation was to absorb and store most of the Myriad Life Spring Lightning, not letting it unleash its offensive power. Even though it could not be neutralized, it would not let the Myriad Life Spring Lightning take effect immediately. This was a delaying method, but it was very effective in the current situation. Because the Peach Blossom Forest was huge, it was very difficult to store the fruits, especially when Chen Yi was distracted and could not use his full strength. After Fong clan used this move, they purposely stalled, causing Myriad Life Spring Lightning's effect to be greatly reduced. Chen Yi could only use 3 methods to influence Divine Bean Palace: Green Armor Vegetable Garden, Graft Wood, and Myriad Life Spring Lightning. Now that these 3 methods were neutralized by Fong clan, Chun-Yi was at his wit's end. Oh no, Ching-Cho is still resisting. I need to strengthen its influence and obtain the fourth method of Divine Bean Palace. It will take a long time. Fong Clan will definitely strengthen their offensive. They won't give me such a chance. Chun-Yi's heart tightened. He was in a tight spot. He had to multitask now. On one hand, he had to suppress Ching-Cho. On the other hand, he had to control Divine Bean Palace. And on the other hand, he had to fight Fong Clan. He was inside Divine Bean Palace and could not attack freely. Many of his methods were interfering with this rank 8 Immortal Goo house. Because of this, all of his abilities were actually implicated. Fong Clan seized the opportunity to attack. Peach Blossom Maze could no longer produce flowery romantic warriors at this time. For safety's sake, Fong Di-Chong did not send his Fong Clan Goo Immortals to fight. He directly summoned the 3 Immortal Goo houses and attacked Divine Bean Palace from 3 directions. Boom, boom, boom. 3 Immortal Goo houses floated in the air, attacking Divine Bean Palace. Divine Bean Palace shook intensely. Mortal Goo continued to be lost. Soon, Immortal Goo were injured. At this point, Fong Di-Chong finally revealed his true intentions. The 3 Immortal Goo houses in Peach Blossom Maze moved out and attacked fiercely. Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine were so scared that their faces turned pale, not daring to resist. Chun-Yi knew their thoughts. He sent them back into Divine Bean Palace. These two could not block the attacks of 3 Immortal Goo houses with their weak bodies. There was no value in sacrificing them now. It was better to keep them in the palace. When Divine Bean Palace's entrance is broken and those Fong Clan Goo Immortals come in, they could block them for a while. Time. What Chun-Yi needed the most now was time. As long as he had enough time, he could definitely control Divine Bean Palace and force Ching-Cho to surrender, turning the situation around. If it was an ordinary opponent, they might have fallen into Chun-Yi's trap. But Chun-Yi was facing Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster Fong Di-Chong. He had already seen through Chun-Yi's plan and attacked with all his strength. Chun-Yi sighed bitterly in his heart. Even though he had held on for so long, Fong Clan's leader had sharp eyes. His plan had become much more difficult. But even at this stage, this first Supreme Elder of Heavenly Lotus Sect was not dejected. He still persisted in his plan, because he still had one move to use. Immortal Killer Move, Karma Divine Tree. At the next moment, Chun-Yi's eyes opened wide. His body burst out with a towering aura. Dense green smoke rose from his head and shoulders. As the green smoke rose, a huge Karma Divine Tree condensed above Chun-Yi's head. Around this tree, the whole of Divine Bean Palace started to shake. It seemed to be welcoming Chun-Yi's arrival. At the same time, Chun-Yi's speed in affecting Divine Bean Palace rose rapidly. The pressure on Ching-Cho became even greater. Ching-Cho felt a strong sense of danger. It looked up and saw that Karma Divine Tree was emitting a terrifying aura, especially when it saw a huge evil fruit growing on its branches and leaves. This evil fruit was covered in black smoke. It slowly turned into Ching-Cho's form. Ching-Cho's original form had a trace of the wonders of the Karma Divine Tree. Thus, when it looked at it, it had an intuition. Once the black smoke on the evil karma stopped circulating and turned into its complete form, then it would be the moment it would be completely subdued by Chun-Yi. How could this work? How could this work? Roar! Ching-Cho roared angrily. Its head, which was originally on the verge of death and was pressed tightly against the ground, was raised high at this moment. Its 4 legs supported its heavy body. The snake scales on its neck stood up. Its human hair danced wildly. Its eyes were bloodshot as it stared at Chun-Yi angrily. It opened its mouth. Its tongue was broken. It roared like a tsunami. Amazing! This Ching-Cho is indeed a legendary soul beast. It had been feigning weakness earlier and gathering its strength. Now that I used Karma Divine Tree, it had no choice but to erupt with strength. Chun-Yi was shocked. This Ching-Cho still had strength left. It was still plotting to turn the situation around. Chun-Yi quickly strengthened his suppression. Ching-Cho's body shook, its limbs bent. Its mountain-like tortoise shell had just risen up when it sank back down. But soon, Ching-Cho's body also emitted the aura of countless goo worms. It used an immortal killer move. It was formed from a human's remnant soul. It naturally knew how to cultivate and use immortal killer moves. Earlier, against Fong Yuan, It had lost most of its rationality. It was in a frenzy and violent state. Its tactics were not suitable. But now, against Qin Yi, its rationality took over. It could make the most appropriate response. Qing Chou resisted stubbornly. Qin Yi breathed in deeply. His face turned green and green. He gritted his teeth. His upper body was trembling as he activated Karma Divine Tree. The Karma Divine Tree in the sky above his head grew even larger. Qing Chou felt immense pressure. It growled as it used its second immortal killer move, continuing to resist stubbornly. Like this, the two continued to exert strength, but they were still in a deadlock. Their remaining strength was gradually being used up. You want to enslave me? Dream on. Qing Chou breathed in deeply. It used all of its strength to use its final method. With the rank 8 Soul Beast token as the core, a mystical ripple spread out. This killer move's name was unknown, but the ripple went out of Divine Bean Palace, before passing through Peach Blossom Maze and spreading towards the whole of Green Ghost Desert. The ripple was extremely fast. In a few blinks of an eye, it covered the whole of Green Ghost Desert. The Green Ghost Desert fell silent, and then the entire desert began to tremble. Following this, the Tao runes of the Soul Path were summoned. The runes lit up the entire Blue Demon Desert. Roar, roar, roar. Next, countless soul beasts were summoned. They came to reinforce Qing Chou. Fong Clan's Gu Immortal's expressions changed. Oh no, what killer move is this? The whole of Green Ghost Desert has been affected. Green Ghost Desert has countless soul beasts. It is impossible to count. But they were all affected by this move. They came here. Peach Blossom Maze is a battlefield killer move. It should have isolated the internet, but it could not block this move. At once, Fong Clan's morale fell. They were panicking. I know. Fong Dichong expended his lifespan to make deductions. He soon opened his eyes. That immemorial soul beast in Divine Bean Palace is formed from the fusion of Qing Clan's remnant souls. It is not simple. It has human intelligence. It is a legendary immemorial soul beast. And this Green Ghost Desert's origin is that when Qing Clan's Gu Immortals were slaughtered by spectral soul demon Venerable, the Soul Path Tao marks were carved here, forming this strange and dangerous land. If Green Ghost Desert is half a battlefield killer move, then this legendary immemorial soul beast is the owner of this move. Right now, it was using all of the Soul Path Tao marks in the entire Green Ghost Desert to form this unprecedented and terrifying move. By then, not only will countless soul beasts attack us, Peach Blossom Maze will also be corroded by these Soul Path Tao marks. It will eventually collapse. Fong Dichong was indeed a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster. He deduced and found out the truth. He immediately gave the order to attack with full force. Fong Clan was fighting for time. Fong Clan was fighting for time to destroy Divine Bean Palace and kill Qing Chou. They would be able to get rid of this move and obtain victory. Chun-Yi had to resist Fong Clan while suppressing Qing Chou. He also had to affect Divine Bean Palace. He was fighting for time. Meanwhile, Qing Chou did not dare to surrender. It resisted with all its might. Its most threatening attack was using Soul Beast Token Immortal Gu as the core, but it did not have a quick effect. At once, the three sides fell into a stalemate. Any side could win or lose. This battle for Divine Bean Palace had finally reached its most crucial moment. Who would be the biggest winner? Boom! With a loud explosion, the entrance of Divine Bean Palace was destroyed by Fong Clan. Charge in! The opportunity to fight was fleeting. Fong Dichong shouted uncontrollably. Several Fong Clan rank 7 experts entered one after another. Once they entered the hall, they were slightly stunned. Chan Yi, Old Ghost by June, Eagle Concubine, and Qing Chou were all exposed. Their relationship was quite complicated. Especially that Chen Yi, he was brimming with rank 8 aura. It was very shocking. Chen Yi laughed heartily. He looked at the Fong Clan vanguards with disdain. You are here to die? Fong Dichong was at the back. He saw through Chen Yi's bluff. He sneered and ordered, kill. This person is distracted. His battle strength is being dragged down. Fong Clan's Gu Immortals charged forward. Eagle Concubine and Old Ghost by June had no choice but to block them. Fong Clan had more Gu Immortals. A portion of them still charged at Chani. They had to get rid of this rank 8 existence first. Take this. Even a rank 8 will die. Die obediently. With Fang Huashang at the lead, several Fang Clan Gu immortals used their strongest moves. Chapter 1537. Boom Boom Boom. Fang Clan's rank 7 Gu immortal experts used their abilities to attack Chun Yi's body. At once, thunder rumbled endlessly. The intense light illuminated the whole of Divine Bean Palace's main hall. As the air currents rumbled, Chun Yi stood proudly on the spot, unmoving. His whole body was covered in layers of light spots. It was thick and ancient, like the bark of an old tree. The combined attacks of Fang Clan's Gu immortals were blocked by this layer of tree bark. They could not break through. What defensive method is this? Not only did the rank 7 Gu immortals of Fang Clan suck in a breath of cold air, even Fang Dicheng's pupil shrunk. This person is not just a rank 8 Gu immortal, he is also an expert among rank 8s. Let's do it again. Fang Clan's Gu immortals were not discouraged. Fang Huasheng shouted as he led the attack. Boom boom boom. Fang Clan's Gu immortals attacked again. Chun Yi could not move or dodge. He was hit by all of their attacks. As the blinding light faded, the layer of tree bark around his body was still there. It seemed to have gotten thicker. Fang Dicheng's gaze flickered intensely. He finally recognized Chan Yi. So it is Heavenly Lotus Sect's first Supreme Elder, Chan Yi. It is not surprising that he has such a defensive method. Chan Yi, the first Supreme Elder of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. Fang Clan's Gu immortals were active in Western Desert, but they had some information about the Gu immortals of the other 4 regions. Hearing that Fang Dicheng recognized Chen Yi's identity, Fang Clan's Gu immortals' hearts sank. Pressure. A person's shadow was like a tree's bark. Just the title of Heavenly Lotus Sect's first Supreme Elder was enough to make Fang Clan's Gu immortals feel discouraged. Divine Bean Palace belongs to Ancestor Genesis Lotus. Your Fang Clan wants to forcefully seize it. You are truly looking down on Central Continent, Chun Yi said nonchalantly. Fang Clan's rank 7 Gu immortals looked at each other. They were stunned by his demeanor. Since Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable left Divine Bean Palace in Western Desert, it means that this house belongs to Western Desert. You're just a junior. What right do you have to change your Grandmaster's decision? Fang Dicheng sneered. In terms of eloquence, as a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster, he would not lose easily in this aspect. Chun Yi laughed. It's useless. My defensive killer move is called Thick Wood Body Armor. The more I attack it, the stronger its defense. The first time I use it, its power will be the weakest. Unless you can break through this move, every attack will only increase its power. Chun Yi continued to speak. It seemed like he was exposing his trump card, but he was actually using sharp words to shake the Fang Clan Gu immortals' will to fight. Right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. An old and hoarse voice suddenly rang out, "Then let my husband give it a try." Just as he said that, a rank 7 Gu immortal took a few steps forward, arriving in front of Chan Yi. His appearance suddenly changed. From a young rank 7 Gu immortal, he turned into a majestic old man with a white beard that resembled a lion's mane. The old man's muscles bulged like rocks. He clenched his fist, which was the size of an earthenware bowl, and punched Chan Yi's face. A fist filled Chan Yi's vision. Before the attack even landed, Chan Yi's heart was pounding. He felt an unparalleled strength path Daomark charged towards him along with this fist. Chan Yi's expression changed. He could not dodge this punch. He could only endure it. The fist landed on Chun Yi's face. Chan Yi immediately felt a terrifying force. It was like a mountain had crashed into his face. In an instant, he was sent flying like a cannonball by the old man. With a loud sound, he flew out like lightning, crashing into the wall of Divine Bean Palace. But he did not fall. He was embedded into the wall. Puff. Chan Yi's 7 orifices were bleeding. His entire head was almost smashed by this punch. His skull was definitely cracked, but Chun Yi quickly used Jade Light to heal himself. As for his defensive killer move, crushing Thick Wood Foundation, it was directly shattered by this old man's punch. Fang Gong, as Fang Clan's first Supreme Elder with rank 8 cultivation level, you actually sneak attacked in disguise. To think that you would do such a thing. Chun Yi bellowed. the anger in his eyes shooting out like flames. He exposed the mysterious old man's identity. He was actually Fong clan's first supreme elder, Fong Gong. This Fong Gong cultivates strength path after all. He is an extremely rare rank 8 strength path Gu immortal in the current 5 regions. This person concealed himself so deeply, he had been with the group all along. Fong clan is too determined this time. They even mobilized a rank 8 existence to participate in this expedition. The 2 rounds of attacks from the rank 7 Gu immortals earlier were all feints. The goal was to pave the way for Fong Gong. This is probably Fong Dicheng's plan. Fong Yuan had been watching the battle. He was very shocked. Fong Gong was a grand rank 8 Gu immortal, first supreme elder. He hid his identity and sneak attacked. This was like a government official stealing chickens and dogs. He was completely shameless. If news of this spread, the righteous path's reputation would be ruined. However, it was also because of this that Fong Gong suddenly launched a sneak attack, instantly defeating Chan Yi and changing the course of the battle. The results were excellent. The deadlock between the 3 sides immediately broke down. Fong clan's first supreme elder, Fong Gong, forced back Chan Yi. Fong clan gained the upper hand and started to control the situation. Chan Yi was schemed against and was forced back. His accumulation of Divine Bean Palace was mostly used up. He was in a terrible state. Because of his scheme, he suffered an unprecedented loss. But he still had a chance and hope. His injuries were not severe. Even though Chan Yi's defensive method was broken, he had used Graftwood earlier to protect Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine. He naturally left this method for himself. Thus, all of Chun Yi's injuries were taken by Divine Bean Palace. Crack crack. Divine Bean Palace took the brunt of Fong Gong's attack in place of Chan Yi. Cracks started to appear on the walls of the hall. At the same time, the cracks spread to the roof and the pillars. Crack crack. Several pillars were covered in cracks as they broke into a pile of goo worm corpses. Fong Yuan's heart shook. He thought, Fong Gong must have used his full strength to attack. Even though that punch looked ordinary and powerless, the power was actually restrained to the limit. That was why Chun Yi's defensive method was broken. The remaining power was still able to cause such huge damage to Divine Bean Palace. Next, Fong Yuan added in his mind. Of course, this is also because the rank 8 Immortal Gu House Divine Bean Palace did not activate any defensive method. It was attacked passively. It is also an internal conflict. That is why it is in such a terrible state. Roar. Following the collapse of Divine Bean Palace's pillars, Qing Chao's roars echoed. Divine Bean Palace was heavily damaged. The force that was suppressing it weakened. Qing Chou was one of the beneficiaries. It raised its head and raised its limbs, dissipating the countless spear lights that pierced its body. It showed its might again. Noisy. Fong Gong frowned as he pounced at Qing Chou. Qing Chou roared as it charged at Fong Gong. Boom. Both sides clashed head-on, and Qing Chou howled in pain. Its mountain-like body was actually sent flying by Fong Gong, who was as small as an ant. Fong Gong landed on the ground as he snorted coldly, rubbing his fist before pouncing again. Qing Chou was a legendary immemorial soul beast, but it lost to Fong Gong in close combat. It was at a complete disadvantage. Who is the immemorial desolate beast here? Fong Yuan was dumbfounded. Chun Yi furrowed his brows and thought to himself, Fong Gong is fearsome and powerful. I can't let him turn the upper hand and advantage into control of the situation. It is impolite not to reciprocate. Take one of my moves as well. Chun Yi joined the battle to reinforce Qing Chou. Fong Gong was suppressing Qing Chou, but because of Chen Yi's interference, his advantage was gone. If Chan Yi and Qing Chou worked together, Fong Gong would not be their match, but the two had hatred between them. They had to work together. Fong Gong cultivates strength path. He restrains his strength. He has a huge advantage here. But here, I can use 60% of my methods. Chun Yi felt a bitter feeling. He could not describe it. Divine Bean Palace was something that all 3 sides needed. Thus, in this chaotic battle of rank 8s, the participants restrained their attacks. They did not use their killer moves that had a large area of effect. The 3 rank 8s were fighting inside Divine Bean Palace. Fong Clan's rank 7 Gu Immortals had already retreated. Staying here was courting death. There was a huge difference between rank 7 and rank 8. Fang Clan's rank 7 Gu immortals could not even break Qin Yi's defensive methods. This showed how powerful they were. But even though these Fang Clan Gu immortals retreated, they did not return to Fang Clan's 3 immortal Gu houses. They fought inside Peach Blossom Maze. On one hand, they were fighting Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine. On the other hand, a large number of soul beasts had already entered Peach Blossom Maze battlefield. They had to be eliminated quickly. This is bad. Fang Dichang's expression was terrible. Green Ghost Desert's downmarks are seeping in. Peach Blossom Maze battlefield has already been corroded. It cannot last for long. Countless soul beasts are coming here. They cannot be killed, all of them. First Supreme Elder is obstructed. He cannot end the battle. What should we do? Even though Fang Dichang was a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster, he only had rank 7 cultivation level. He could not solve this problem. Sure enough, as time passed, Fang Dichang's prediction was proven right. Peach Blossom Maze was getting weaker. Some areas even had holes. The desert outside could be seen. This was a terrifying scene. Outside Peach Blossom Maze, there were countless soul beasts. They were all summoned by Soul Beast Token. Countless of them had already gathered, forming an ocean-like scale. At every moment, large numbers of soul beasts infiltrated Peach Blossom Maze. Fang Clan's Gu immortals could not kill them all. Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine felt much less pressure because of this. They worked together and did not dare to leave rashly. They could only protect themselves and hide. The crucial thing now is Divine Bean Palace. Fang Yuan opened his eyes and stood up. He could see the situation clearly. Inside Divine Bean Palace, the 3 rank 8 existences were still fighting. But Qing Chou was roaring, Fang Gong was solemn, and Chen Yi was bitter. Their expressions were unsightly. Because even if they restrained themselves, their attacks would affect the whole of Divine Bean Palace. This rank 8 Immortal Gu house would be mostly destroyed. If Divine Bean Palace was destroyed, what was the point of fighting? It was all for Divine Bean Palace. The ironic thing was, in this battle for Divine Bean Palace, they were the culprits that destroyed it. I can help your Fang clan obtain this house. Right at this time, Fang Yuan spoke to Fang Dichang. Chapter 1538. Fang Dichang was stunned. Fang Yuan was disguised as Xuanbu Jin, but he was only a rank 7 Gu immortal. How could he solve this problem? But soon, Fang Dichang reacted and laughed heartily. Just tell me, what request do I have for you to help me with? He was a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster after all. Whether or not Fang Yuan had a way, he had to try. And Fang Yuan purposely said this to negotiate. Fang Yuan also smiled. The situation is urgent now. We cannot talk in detail. However, Divine Bean Palace is a rank 8 Immortal Gu house. If I can help Fang Clan obtain it, what kind of reward can match my contribution? Fang Dichang did not hesitate. He solemnly bowed to Fang Yuan and said sincerely, I can guarantee with my reputation that Fang Clan will definitely give you a reward worthy of your contribution. Good. Then let's set an alliance agreement. According to my contribution, I will be rewarded in the future. Fang Yuan clapped. Both sides immediately set an alliance agreement. Please open inquiry doc and let me take action personally. Fang Yuan said again. Fang Dichang was surprised. He thought that Fang Yuan had found some flaw. After all, Fang Yuan was a Wisdom Path Gu immortal. To think that he wanted to take action personally. Forget about it. He had to leave the Immortal Gu house inquiry doc. Once he left, it would not be safe outside. Especially inside Divine Bean Palace, the 3 rank 8 existences were fighting intensely. The rank 7 Gu immortals were very different. They might die from the shockwaves of the battle. Fang Dichang hesitated. It is not safe for you to take action personally. Why don't I use Peach Blossom Maze killer move to summon Flowery Wind Warrior? You can use this move to display your talent. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. I have to take action personally for this move. Don't worry, I will not do anything that is detrimental to Fang Clan. Fang Dichang was not worried about this. After all, be it the previous alliance agreement or the newly set alliance agreement, there were relevant rules. Once Fang Yuan did something that went against the interests of the Fang Clan, it would be considered a breach of contract, and he would be severely punished. But since Fang Yuan said so, Fang Dichang could not stop him. He immediately opened inquiry doc. Fang Yuan soared into the sky and arrived at the peach blossom maze. Fang Dicheng watched Fang Yuan's movements without blinking. He wanted to see what methods Fang Yuan had to help Fang clan obtain Immortal Gu House Divine Bean Palace. At the next moment, Fang Dicheng's eyes widened. It turned out that Fang Yuan had barged into the Divine Bean Palace. Is he courting death? At once, Fang clan's Gu immortals only had this thought in their minds. But this time, Fang Yuan came prepared. Immortal Killer Move, Yama. He activated the Immortal Killer Move that he had created in Inquiry Dock not long ago. Once he used this move, the layer of silk undergarments on the surface of his soul shone with a profound light. Along with this layer of light, the outer layer of the soul was affected, which was the ghost official outfit. The ghost official garment expanded rapidly and spread to Fang Yuan's body, instantly turning into a yellowish-brown imperial robe with some traces of green. Wide sleeves, a jade belt around the waist. The robe seemed to be embroidered with all sorts of ghosts and monsters using golden threads. There was also a crown on his head with beaded curtains hanging down from the front and back. Once he used this move, Fang Yuan's aura changed completely. He became eerie and unfathomable. What is this person doing? Chani squinted with cold light flickering in his eyes. That rank 7 wisdom path Gu immortal? Fang Gong recognized him but did not understand. The two were vigilant and did not attack casually. Fang Gong had received Fang Dicheng's notice. While Chun Yi did not make a move, he wanted to observe the situation. After all, if he attacked casually, Fang Gong would seize the opportunity. Fang Yuan entered Divine Bean Palace. The 3 rank 8 existences had been fighting. Their battle strength and mental energy were greatly expended. Chun Yi did not attack. Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. He increased his speed and charged towards Qing Chou. Seeing that Fang Yuan had such a clear goal, Chun Yi and Fang Gong's attacks slowed down. What is he trying to do? Fang clan's Gu immortals were all looking at Fang Yuan. A wisdom path Gu immortal is approaching a legendary immemorial soul beast. This. Seeing that Fang Yuan was acting so rashly, many Fang clan Gu immortals did not know what to say. Qing Chou roared. It charged at Fang Gong. Qing Chou roared again. It charged at Chun Yi. Fang Yuan directly came to its side, but it didn't pay any attention to him. It didn't even sense him. This was the effect of Yama. This move was very special, because its core was the immortal killer move Ghostly Concealment. All along, Fang Yuan's Ghostly Concealment had not been effective because it did not coordinate with Fang Yuan's other methods. Qing Chou could discover Fang Yuan earlier because Fang Yuan used a killer move to fight. This was Fang Yuan exposing himself. But it was different now. Fang Yuan had Theft Path Great Grandmaster Attainment level. Even though he could not comprehend the profundities of Ghostly Concealment, he had enough ability to make good use of this rank 9 killer move. Yama was one of the results of Fang Yuan's deductions. It combined Ghostly Concealment and Ghost Official Garment. They were indistinguishable and did not conflict with each other. After Fang Yuan used Yama, no matter what he did, Qing Chou could not discover him. Seeing that Fang Yuan was on Qing Chou's tortoise shell, be it Fang Clan or the 2 rank 8 Gu immortals, they were stunned. What is going on? He came to Qing Chou's side so easily. This Qing Chou is a great legendary immemorial beast. It has an immortal aperture and can cultivate. Many Fang Clan Gu immortals were stunned. But what Fang Yuan was about to do next almost made these Fang Clan Gu immortals' eyeballs explode. Immortal Killer Move, Great Thief Ghost Hand. Fang Yuan stood on Qing Chou's back. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed at it. He was only rank 7. He dared to provoke a rank 8 existence like this? Many Fang Clan Gu immortals had these 2 thoughts. One was this person courting death? The other was, even though he was rash, they had to admire his courage. Qing Chou roared. It pounced at Fang Gong. Fang Gong. Again? Qing Chou roared. It charged at Chun Yi. Chun Yi. You idiot, there's someone on your back. Chun Yi felt that something was amiss. Ever since Fang Yuan appeared, he had been acting strangely. Thus, he reminded Qing Chou. Qing Chou was still rational. It was about to turn around when Fang Yuan's Great Thief Ghost Hand was activated. A huge black eerie hand entered Qing Chou's body. Qing Chou turned around and looked at its back. Fang Yuan was there. but it could not see him. Next, it roared angrily. It pounced at Chen-Yi with anger of being deceived. Chun-Yi was also furious. He shouted, "You idiot, stop!" Fang Gong was also moved. He thought, "This Xuanbu Jin's method is incredible. He is right in front of me, but Qing Chou cannot sense him at all. What method is this? Also, he is on Qing Chao's back. It is not simple. What is he trying to do?" At the next moment, Fang Gong's question was answered. Fang Yuan's expression changed. He pulled out the ghost hand that entered Qing Chao's body. When that ghost hand flew out, it opened its fingers like a fan. This time, it came back even faster. Its fingers were clenched as if it was grabbing something. Success! Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He immediately opened his immortal aperture's entrance and kept the ghost hand inside. Qing Chao's mountain-like body suddenly shook and cracks appeared all over its body. The edges of its turtle shell even shattered into countless pieces and collapsed on the spot. It was a soul beast. It could not spit out blood. But this scene showed that it was heavily injured. Fury! Fury! Qing Chou roared at the sky with all its might. The angry sound waves shook the entire Divine Bean Palace. For a moment, the entire Divine Bean Palace shook. What is going on? What did Xuanbu Jin do? This guy seems to have taken something away. Fang Gong and Chen-Yi were bewildered. Chun-Yi squinted. He wanted to attack Fang Yuan, but Fang Gong shielded him and blocked him. Boom! At the next moment, Qing Chao's entire body crashed over. Fang Gong and Chun-Yi quickly dodged. Qing Chou roared, "Who is it? You two. Which one of you stole my soul beast command?" What? Hearing Qing Chao's roar, the Gu immortals present were all shaken. He actually has such a method to steal the rank 8 Immortal Gu Soul Beast token. No wonder he asked for Great Thief Immortal Gu earlier. Such a method. Fang Dicheng's eyes were wide open. He was filled with shock. This person is not simple. He concealed himself so deeply. Qing Chou has an immortal aperture. He can actually steal Immortal Gu, and rank 8 at that. At once, Chun-Yi thought of a famous person in history that was thieving heaven demon Venerable. Did this person obtain a thieving heaven true inheritance? Chun-Yi thought as he shouted, "Qing Chou, you idiot! I already reminded you that there is someone on your back. We did not steal it. It is that guy. He is at the palace entrance." Qing Chou turned around and saw that Fang Yuan had flown to the palace entrance, but Qing Chou could not see him. Qing Chou used an investigative immortal killer move, but it could not find him either. The investigative killer move found Fang Yuan, but in Qing Chou's perception, there was nothing. Qing Chou became even more furious. This time, it targeted Chen-Yi as it roared, "You idiot! It must be you! You idiot!" Chen-Yi was furious and aggrieved. He retaliated. Both sides exchanged blows. The battle escalated. Fang Gong saw something amiss. The three sides had restrained themselves earlier, but now that Qing Chou lost a rank 8 Immortal Gu, it was going crazy. It was filled with anger. How could it control itself? Fang Gong tried to persuade it, but how could he? Not only was he unable to persuade it, Chun-Yi was not willing to face Qing Chao's anger alone. He flew to its side. Thus, Fang Gong was implicated as well. The three rank 8 existences fought again. But this time was different. The three sides did not hold back. They used their killer moves. Chapter 1539. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, a black ghost hand the size of a cattail leaf fan was dancing randomly in the air. Its 5 fingers were clenched, but the rank 8 Immortal Gu Soul Beast token was struggling, trying to fly out. The dark, eerie ghost hand was being attacked by this Soul Beast token. The ghost hand was protruding. Its 5 fingers were trembling. It was about to lose its grip. However, even if Soul Beast token escaped the ghost hand's restriction, it could not escape from Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. It could only be said to have escaped from a small cage to a large cage. Fang Yuan thought to himself, this immortal killer move Great Thief Ghost Hand uses rank 9 killer move Ghostly Concealment as the core, with rank 7 Great Thief Immortal Gu as supplementary. Thus, even rank 8 Immortal Gu Soul Beast token can be forcefully stolen. But this move cannot last long. It does not have a ceiling effect on Immortal Gu. I'll have to work hard to make this soul beast token my own. As he thought, Great Thief Ghost Hand was getting more and more desperate. Soul Beast Token Immortal Goo was about to break free and escape. But at this time, Fang Yuan had already arrived at his destination with Great Thief Ghost Hand. Heaven Sealing Mountain. This was originally used by Fang Yuan to seal his immortal zombie body. It was targeted at Providence. But now, Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body was occupied by his split soul. He had become a rank 6-time path clone. He could not use Heaven Sealing Mountain anymore. Go. Under Fang Yuan's control, Great Thief Ghost Hand entered the cave inside Heaven Sealing Mountain, entering the Goo Formation. Fang Yuan activated the Goo Formation. Great Thief Ghost Hand stopped shaking. Soul Beast Token Immortal Goo was temporarily suppressed. Even though it was still struggling, it was much weaker than before. Suppressing Soul Beast Token like this is not a long-term solution. The urgent matter now is to find a place to refine this rank 8 Immortal Goo as soon as possible. Fang Yuan thought of this. He did not slow down. After leaving Divine Bean Palace, he left through the loophole of Peach Blossom Maze, leaving this battlefield. He left just like that? Fang Yuan's actions made many Goo Immortals very surprised. Qian Yi gritted his teeth in hatred, but there was nothing he could do. Not only was he being targeted by Qing Chou, he was also being harassed by Fang Gong. Such decisiveness. Fang Dicheng praised leisurely as he looked at Fang Yuan's departing figure, deeply moved. After Fang Yuan left the battlefield, he immediately encountered countless soul beasts. The number of soul beasts was huge, and they covered the sky and earth. Fang Yuan's heart palpitated with excitement. However, he quickly changed his mind and restrained himself. He didn't slaughter them and hunt for soul cores on a large scale. What he needed to do now was to quickly refine this rank 8 Immortal Goo Soul Beast token. As for that rank 8 Immortal Goo House Divine Bean Palace, let the three of them fight for it. Fang Yuan had a very clear understanding of himself. Even if he used Reverse Flow Protection Seal, Fang Yuan could only fight rank 8s and had rank 8 battle strength. If he joined the 3 rank 8s now and fought for Divine Bean Palace with them, there was little hope. There were too many variables. Once he exposed his Reverse Flow Protection Seal, his identity would also be exposed, and it might even lead to Fang Clan's counterattack. This was not worth it for Fang Yuan. Because he wanted to maintain a good relationship with Fang Clan and use Green Ghost Desert to help his soul path cultivation. His alliance agreement with Fang Clan was also a factor. It was not easy to resolve this alliance agreement. He needed time to prepare. Even though Soul Beast Token was taken by Fang Yuan, Green Ghost Desert Soul Path downmarks were still corroding Fang Clan's Peach Blossom Maze battlefield killer move. Surrounding the battlefield, there were still a vast number of soul beasts gathered here. Fang Yuan easily left this place. Because he had the killer move Yama, he could make full use of ghostly concealment. Even Qing Chou could not find him, not to mention other soul beasts. He flew rapidly without hesitation. After flying out of Green Ghost Desert, he confirmed that it was safe and there was no one around. He stopped and landed in an ordinary desert. Fang Yuan went deep underground and set up a temporary Goo formation, carefully erasing his aura and traces. After doing all this, he started to focus on dealing with the rank 8 Immortal Goo Soul Beast token. Soul Beast token was refined by Qing Chou. It was filled with Qing Chou's will. It was very difficult for Fang Yuan to refine it. This was the most basic part of Goo refinement, solo refinement. It was to refine an existing Goo worm. The essence of this solo refinement was to use one's own will to replace the Goo worm's original will. Goo masters used primeval essence to refine mortal Goo because it was unique to them. They had their own will. Goo immortals used immortal essence to refine immortal Goo. It was the same logic. While Goo worms contained wild wills, they were untamable and hard to refine. But man was the spirit of all living beings. If he snatched someone else's immortal Goo, the difficulty of the Goo refinement would be even higher. Fang Yuan had planned for a long time in Inquiry Dock. He was not unprepared now. Rank 7 Immortal Goo Affection and Rank 7 Immortal Goo Self-Love. Fang Yuan first took out these 2 Immortal Goo. He first activated Self-Love Immortal Goo on Soul Beast Token. Qing Chou's will in Soul Beast Token was immediately affected. It started to love itself. No matter what Fang Yuan did, This will would not take the risk and detonate Soul Beast token. Next, Fang Yuan activated Affection Immortal Goo, sending waves of affection into it. The two different wills came into contact with each other and instantly began to fight. Love was not a will that was good at attacking. It was quickly destroyed by Qing Chao's will, unable to form an army. But there were still a few bits of love scattered in the Goo Insect Soul Beast token, and they hadn't been completely wiped out. This was the specialty of affection. It was also the effect of self-love Immortal Goo. But with the passage of time, these remnants of love would gradually be annihilated. Fang Yuan continued to activate Affection Immortal Goo, sending waves of affection into Soul Beast token. No matter how much affection entered, it was destroyed by Qing Chao's will. It suffered little damage. Qing Chao's will was inside Soul Beast token Immortal Goo. It was very strong and stubborn. Immortal essence expenditure was intense, but Fang Yuan could endure it. He had ample immortal essence reserves. His immortal aperture development had given him great confidence. After a few minutes, Fang Yuan finally stopped sending affection into Soul Beast token Immortal Goo. There was a lot of affection left inside. Even though most of it was destroyed by Qing Chao's will once it entered, the remaining affection was still at its limit. It was impossible to grow any further. Only then did Fang Yuan inject self-will into Soul Beast token. Once self-will entered, Qing Chao's will was enraged. It charged forward like an enraged beast. Compared to this, Qing Chao's will was like a gentle breeze against love will. Fang Yuan's self-will and Qing Chao's will fought. The situation was completely one-sided. Fang Yuan's self-will was utterly defeated. It could not gain a foothold. For example, Soul Beast token was like a camp. It was already the territory of Qing Chao's will. Fang Yuan's self-will was like rushing ashore. It could only inject a small amount each time. It could not spread out. Qing Chao's will destroyed any amount that came. But Fang Yuan ignored it. He continued to inject self-will. His advantage was that he had sufficient immortal essence and an endless supply of self-will. Meanwhile, Qing Chao's will was separated from Qing Chou. It had no origin. 15 minutes, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. As time passed, Fang Yuan's situation was getting better. He gained a foothold and eventually split the world with Qing Chao's will, each occupying half of Soul Beast token's territory. Qing Chao's will surged intensely. It knew it was not Fang Yuan's match. It wanted to detonate this Soul Beast token Immortal Goo. Thankfully, at this time, Fang Yuan's remaining affection will activated, weakening Qing Chao's will's determination. At the same time, Fang Yuan injected fake will to disrupt Qing Chao's will's judgment. Finally, Fang Yuan injected a large amount of self-will in one go. His army surged like a tide, drowning and destroying the remaining Qing Chao's will. I finally refined Soul Beast token Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air. His forehead was covered in sweat. This battle was even more tiring than commanding an army of tens of thousands of men and horses in an unparalleled battle. Looking at the time, 3 days and 3 nights had passed in the 5 regions. Thankfully, I have wisdom path methods and a suitable immortal goo. Otherwise, I would not have been able to refine this goo. Sigh. Even though I have great thief ghost hand and can use ghostly concealment to recreate a trace of thieving heaven demon Venerable's divine might. But in the end, it was just a coincidence that he became a monk halfway through. According to rumors, thieving heaven demon Venerable has a move, Steel Heart. It targets the will inside the stolen immortal goo and can instantly refine the immortal goo. It is amazing. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. He put away Soul Beast token and quickly got up, flying towards Green Ghost Desert again. I have Soul Beast token now. With the killer move 180 slaves, I can enslave that Qing Chou. With Qing Chou, I have high hopes of obtaining Divine Bean Palace. After all, it has the greatest influence on Divine Bean Palace. Even if I face the backlash of Fang Clan's alliance agreement, I can ensure that I do not die. If I can obtain Divine Bean Palace, it will be a huge gain. Fang Yuan planned in his mind. He was greedy. After obtaining Soul Beast token, he wanted to seize that rank 8 Immortal Goo House Divine Bean Palace. But when he flew to the periphery of Green Ghost Desert, he was stopped by a Goo Immortal. Friend, please wait. The one who stopped him was an ordinary-looking female immortal. She had a sweet smile and was brimming with rank 7 aura. What do you want? Fong Yuan willed and slowed down. The female immortal smiled. I am Higu. Seeing that you are flying so quickly, you must have a goal in mind. Right now, there is a huge change in Green Ghost Desert. I heard it was caused by a huge treasure true inheritance. I wonder if you have any information? I am willing to exchange for it with a huge sum of money. Fong Yuan's expression did not change, but he felt something amiss. It turned out that Fong clan had caused a huge commotion by snatching Divine Bean Palace. All of the soul beasts in Green Ghost Desert were stirred up. This could not be concealed. Countless Western Desert Goo immortals sensed it and came over. Fong Yuan spent 3 days and 3 nights refining Soul Beast token. Many Western Desert Goo immortals had already come. I'm afraid the battle has already ended. If the 3 sides are still fighting intensely, none of them will be able to conceal the battle between rank 8s. How can these Goo immortals not find out? I wonder what the outcome of the battle will be. Who will obtain Divine Bean Palace? Fong Yuan pondered in his heart. Note: this book has stopped updating for 100 years. Today's update was an accident. Chapter 1540. So that's it. Fong Yuan immediately contacted Fong Clan's Goo immortals and obtained the information. This battle over Divine Bean Palace had indeed ended. Fong Clan was the one who obtained Divine Bean Palace. Heavenly Lotus Sect's first Supreme Elder Chen E left in defeat. He told Fong Clan to take good care of Divine Bean Palace. He would come back to take it in the future. As for Ching Cho, it also escaped. It had a deep foundation. It did not only have a rank 8 Soul Beast token, it also had other rank 8 Immortal Goo. Even though Fong Clan obtained Divine Bean Palace, among the 3 Immortal Goo houses, Chicken Dog Coop and Inquiry Dock were heavily damaged. First Supreme Elder Fong Gong was also heavily injured. And Divine Bean Palace, which they obtained, was almost half destroyed. However, after Fong Yuan contacted them, Fong Clan still promised to give Fong Yuan compensation. According to the alliance agreement, the compensation was very high. But Fong Clan's Goo immortals wanted Fong Yuan to wait for a while. Because the commotion this time was too huge, they could not hide it for long. News of Fong Clan obtaining Divine Bean Palace would be deduced soon. At that time, Western Desert's Goo immortal world would be in turmoil. Many superforces would not let Fong Clan obtain this immortal Goo house and become the leader of Western Desert superforces. By then, Fong Clan would face pressure from all directions. Thus, Fong Clan needed to use this period of peace to raise their strength and recuperate. Especially the immortal Goo house, they needed to repair it as much as possible. Thus, Fong Clan was tight on funds. They asked Fong Yuan to extend the time limit for a few days. Fong Yuan thought about it and agreed. Firstly, the alliance agreement did not have a strict time limit on the payment. Secondly, Fong Yuan wanted to maintain a good relationship with Fong Clan. The situation was different now. Fong Clan offended Central Continent's Heavenly Lotus Sect. It was the same as offending the Celestial Court. Fong Yuan's Swanbu Jin disguise played a huge role in this. He could not escape responsibility. In Fong Clan's view, Fong Yuan and they had a common enemy. They were natural allies. On the other hand, the Fong family was under pressure and was wary of the strength that Fong Yuan had displayed. Swanbu Jin's identity was a wisdom path Goo immortal who had the method to enslave a soul beast army. Fong Yuan also exposed his ability to steal rank 8 immortal Goo soul beast token in the Battle of Divine Bean Palace. It was simply shocking. Therefore, Fong Clan was very cautious towards Fong Yuan. They were not willing to easily provoke such an existence. Especially at this crucial moment, when the entire Fong Clan was facing a test, Fong Clan was even more unwilling to offend Fong Yuan. They even planned to rely on Fong Yuan at certain times and use him as external help. Fong Yuan thought for a while and understood Fong Clan's plan. First, it was Tang family. Looks like this Fong family can also become a chess piece to resist the Celestial Court. Fong Yuan had already set his sights on the future. Western Desert's situation is going to become chaotic. The crucial thing is how much strength does Fong Clan have left? How much power can they display after obtaining Divine Bean Palace? If Fong Clan could resist the pressure from all sides in the following period of time, Fong Yuan would not mind lending a helping hand to solidify their relationship. If Fong Clan could not resist it, and was in danger of being exterminated. Fang Yuan would not help them. He would hit them while they were down. There was still hope for them to obtain Divine Bean Palace. Fang Yuan watched from the sidelines with a relaxed attitude. In this battle of Divine Bean Palace, he had huge gains. On one hand, there was rank 7 Great Thief Immortal Gu. With it and Fang Yuan's Theft Path Great Grandmaster attainment level, he could use the rank 9 killer move Ghostly Concealment. This was a qualitative change. On the other hand, there was rank 8 Immortal Gu Soul Beast Token. Rank 8 Immortal Gu could not be obtained even with immense resources. Thirdly, his relationship with Fang Clan had advanced by leaps and bounds. Moreover, Fang Clan still owed Fang Yuan a lot of compensation. Even if Fang Yuan obtained Divine Bean Palace, he would need to invest a huge amount of resources to repair it. At the same time, the burden of feeding Immortal Gu would increase. This result was not a bad thing for Fang Yuan. But currently, a large number of Western Desert Gu Immortals have appeared in Green Ghost Desert. I cannot make any arrangements here. Originally, Fang Yuan wanted Wu Xie and the rest to stay in Green Ghost Desert and hunt for soul cores to help Fang Yuan's soul cultivation. But it seemed that it was not possible now. There were too many people in Green Ghost Desert. It was not good for movement. And there was a huge threat. That was Qing Chou, who had escaped. This legendary immemorial soul beast had rank 8 battle strength. Fang Yuan had not fought it head-on before, but he knew how powerful it was. Even if he used reverse flow protection seal and other methods, he could only fight it to a draw. Right now, Qing Chou's whereabouts were unknown. It was likely to be hiding in Green Ghost Desert. This way, whether Fang Yuan sending Wu Xie and the rest, or he stayed behind, it would be dangerous. Once they fought, just his identity alone would ruin many of Fang Yuan's plans. Let's go. Fang Yuan had many wisdom path methods. In a short while, he made the wisest decision. He wanted to leave Green Ghost Desert and even Western Desert. Friend? At this moment, Higu was still standing in front of Fang Yuan. Seeing that he was not replying, she asked. Fang Yuan chuckled as his gaze turned to her, thinking to himself that this woman was quite astute. She could see so many clues from his movements. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered as he said, I do have some information. It is very precious. If you want to buy it, you need to be able to pay the price. Higu smiled. Friend, don't worry. Even though I am a lone cultivator, I have some capital. As long as you guarantee that this information is true, my reward will definitely satisfy you. Fang Yuan made a simple alliance agreement with Higu. He then selectively told her about Qing Chou's existence. It was indeed the truth. Higu's eyes shined brightly. Oh? A single soul beast was actually related to the Qing family? It seems to have Qing clan's secret treasure? I am not sure about the details. Fang Yuan shook his head, not willing to say anything else. Higu was already very satisfied. She paid Fang Yuan a lot of Western Desert immortal materials on the spot. Even with Fang Yuan's knowledge, he was quite surprised. Among these immortal materials, there was a type of ancient divine wood. It was a rare rank 6 immortal material. Even though it was only rank 6, it was rare even in jewel yellow skies. Sometimes, it could be sold for the price of a rank 7 immortal material. This was a small surprise. Fang Yuan made a fortune and also exposed Qing Chou. This was to create a cover for Fang Clan. Western Desert's Gu Immortals would focus their attention on Qing Chou. Secondly, it was also beneficial to Fang Yuan. Qing Chou was not dead. Its whereabouts were unknown. It was a huge threat to Fang Yuan's Green Ghost Desert plan. Fang Yuan could use these Western Desert Gu Immortals to scout for Qing Chou's location. As for them encountering Qing Chou and finding out that it was a legendary immemorial soul beast, they could only pray for themselves. My information is real. There will definitely be Wisdom Path Gu Immortals who will deduce it and verify it. By then, even rank 8 existences will be interested in Qing Clan's inheritance. If 1 or 2 rank 8 Gu Immortals come out, Qing Chou will be in trouble. As a Wisdom Path Grandmaster, Fang Yuan used this small chance to scheme against Qing Chou. That Higu was not satisfied. She requested to explore Green Ghost Desert with Fang Yuan. It was normal for lone immortals to form groups. However, Fang Yuan rejected her. Fang Yuan said goodbye to Higu and left. That Higu wanted to chase after him, she flew behind Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan easily circled around her. Using familiar face to disguise himself, he quickly lost her. Fang Yuan did not enter Green Ghost Desert. He flew along the border of Green Ghost Desert. After flying for several days and nights, Fang Yuan arrived at Western Desert's regional wall. After passing through 2 regional walls, Fang Yuan arrived at southern border again. The scorching and glaring sunlight was replaced by dark clouds in the sky. In the southern border, the dry wind of the western desert was permeated with moisture. Looking around, there were mountains that were covered in greenery. They were all dark colors. Southern border. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered before clearing up. Among the 5 regions, he had the deepest impression of southern border. Immortal killer move, Chi Luck sensation. Immediately after, he activated his killer move, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He had established a luck connection with the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle earlier. Now that he used Chi Luck sensation, he immediately sensed its vague location. Fang Yuan's main goal in returning to southern border was to subdue the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle again. This space path immemorial desolate beast was very useful to Fang Yuan. With it, Fang Yuan could annex all of the blessed lands in City Well. His immortal aperture's foundation would rise greatly, and his Dao marks would increase. Chapter 1541. Southern Border, Southeast. North of Yellow Dragon River, south of 100 Beast Mountain. This was originally a mountain range. It was long and undulating, but now it had split apart. A huge ravine spanned from east to west, forming a brand new earth trench. The Great Era was approaching. The 5 regions were going to merge. First, Earth Chi would move and Earth veins would connect. Southern border had an extremely high concentration of Earth Path Dao marks. It was the leader of the 5 regions. After the first quake, there were many earthquakes that engulfed southern border. Each earthquake was a disaster for southern border's mortals. But for Gu immortals, it meant new opportunities. All sorts of immortal materials, even wild immortal Gu, would emerge from deep underground. Earth veins were the essence of the earth itself. These last years, southern border's Gu immortal world had been in chaos. First was the Battle of Etion Mountain, then the Battle of the Dream Realm. Not just lone cultivators and demonic path. Even the righteous path suffered many losses. Especially Wu clan. They lost 7 Gu immortals. Southern border's Gu immortals were on high alert. They sensed danger and tried to raise their strength. This time, the earth vein moved and formed an earth trench. Southern border's Gu immortals went all out. They wanted to replenish themselves and plunder the most resources to raise their strength. Right now, in the depths of this newly formed earth trench, a group of Gu masters were setting up a mortal Gu formation and setting up a camp. The leading Gu master was a woman with rank 5 cultivation. Her eyebrows were thin like willow smoke. Her eyes were clear like the moon. Her skin was snow white. She had cherry lips and white teeth. Her black hair was draped over her shoulders. It was delicate and beautiful. Right now, she was wearing a plain white dress. She was elegant like an orchid, gentle like water, and had a noble aura. It was none other than the current Shang clan leader, Shang Xinci. Shang Xinci's beautiful eyes stared at the field in front of her. This field was deep in earth trench. It was not ordinary. The soil was black and hard like iron. Colorful smoke was rising from the soil, forming into clouds in the air. Being in the field, the Gu masters felt a warm feeling that seeped into their bones. It was extremely comfortable. The power of nature, the work of the gods, it is truly amazing. Shang Xinci sighed. She was deeply moved. Beside her stood a white-robed young man. He had a handsome figure and sharp eyebrows. On his shoulder was a small eagle. It was Yifan. Yifan said, "This field is not simple. If I'm not wrong, this is the smoky warm jade field, able to produce the immortal material smoky warm jade. This piece of land is actually 1,000 mu in circumference. It's extremely valuable." Yifan was still in love with Shang Xinci. Previously, he had stepped forward to help Shang Xinci, who had just ascended to the throne, deal with political problems. However, when he was chasing away the 18 drunkards, he encountered Bai Ningbing and was almost killed by the latter. Yifan was lucky enough to keep his life. After this great change, he became even more mature and steady. Due to an accident, He met Gu immortal Lu Wei-yin, and they became master and disciple. He was nurtured by Lu Wei-yin. Not only did he cultivate in Black Heaven for a period of time, he was also taught a lot of knowledge by Lu Wei-yin. His horizons were much broader than Shang Xian's. So this place is called Smoky Warm Jade Field. Thank you, young Master Yi, for dispelling my doubts. I finally understand why the clan's immortal ancestor wants me to lead the group to defend this place. Shang Xinci expressed her gratitude. She originally had low aptitude and weak cultivation, but this time, in order to fight for this smoky warm jade field, Shang clan sent a Gu immortal to activate a unique method and raise Shang Xinci's cultivation to rank 5 regardless of the cost. Worry flashed across Yi Fan's eyes. Shang Xinci's enemies this time were Ho clan and Tai clan. These two clans also sent their rank 5 clan leaders to hold the line, showing their determination to obtain the smoky warm jade field. Yi Fan's current horizons had already surpassed mortals. He could see everything clearly. This smoky warm jade field is a natural resource point. Whoever controls this place will have a huge amount of smoky warm jade production every year. Shang clan, Ho clan, and Tai clan. These 3 are super forces. Even the 3 clan leaders are just pawns. The Gu immortals of their clans are behind them. Sigh. The position of Shang clan leader seems to have a high status and authority, but it is just a political chip in the hands of Gu immortals. They have no choice. They are filled with danger. Lone cultivators and demonic immortals might covet them. During the Battle of Etian Mountain, Shang clan's previous clan leader, Shang Yanfei, who was also Shang Xinc's father, died in battle. There are also Wu clan's leader, Empress Wu Ji, and other formidable characters. As long as they are not Gu immortals, no matter how valiant they are still mortals. Yi Fan sighed internally, thinking of this. He became even more determined to advance to immortal. Report. Ho clan and Tai clan have sent large numbers of people. They are coming towards us at an unprecedented scale. At this time, an investigative Gu master suddenly came to report. A beautiful female Gu master beside Shang Xinci said, "As clan leader expected, our Gu formation and the expansion of the camp have crossed the bottom line of both clans. This beautiful woman was Wei de Xin, the wife of Wei clan leader. She was once bought by Feng Yuan as a slave and given to Shang Xinci. Right now, Wei de Xin was Shang Xinc's personal guard. She was loyal and wanted to repay her debt of gratitude." Shang Xinci nodded, smiling. Actually, the Gu formation has already been set up. They are purposely making it look like they are setting up a Gu formation to lure these 2 clans to attack, so that we can take them down in one go. Shang clan, Tai clan, and Ho clan had been fighting for a long time. They had both won and lost. It was a draw. Shang Xinci thought of a plan. She set up a Gu formation to amplify her clan's battle strength and settle this matter in one go. The other 2 clan leaders had deep qualifications. They had been around for a long time. Even if they went out, they did not have to worry about chaos in their clans. But Shang Xinci was different. She was inexperienced and young. If she went out for too long, there would be chaos in Shang clan's headquarters. This was also the reason why Shang Xinci had to take the risk. Of course, taking the risk was not blind. Shang Xinci knew her enemy and herself well before coming up with this plan. She was confident that she could settle this matter in one go. If I can defeat the 2 old clan leaders of Ho clan and Tai clan, my reputation will spread far and wide. When I return to the clan, the situation will be completely different. Saying so, Shang Xinc's lips curled up as she raised her voice. I hope everyone can work together and win this battle. The crowd of heroes loudly agreed to the emperor's promise. Besides Shang Xinci were Wei de Xin and the other female guards, as well as Xiong Tu, Xiong Feng, and Xiong Hua experts, as well as Xiao Yin, who came from Shang clan's battle stage and was an outsider Gu master. He had already been recruited by Shang Xinci, becoming one of her subordinates. As for the chief steward Zhou Quan, he was replacing Shang Xinci, staying at Shangliang Mountain to maintain the situation. Yi Fan was an external elder. He did not have a subordinate relationship with Shang Xinci. Although taking the position of clan leader is tiring and tough, Xinci has been through training. She has lost a lot of her weakness and is much more heroic. At that moment, Yifan was slightly dazed by Shang Xin's beauty. Shang clan leader, what is the meaning of this? After a while, Tai clan leader arrived first. Next, Ho clan leader also arrived with a large group, questioning Shang Xinci. Little girl, you are building a camp. Are you trying to monopolize it? Shang Xinci smiled faintly. Patriarchs, the three of us have been wasting time here for a long time. There's no harm in having a showdown today and deciding the victor. Why needlessly delay for time? Ho clan leader's pupils shrunk. Tai clan leader laughed heartily, giving Shang Xinci a thumbs up. Good, the younger generation will surpass us in time. To speak the truth, I'm getting frustrated from staying here. Let's have a three-way battle today. We will decide the outcome. As a result, the three parties sent out their troops and started fighting. Shang Xinci, Yifan, and the rest of the higher-ups stood on the spot, waiting for a chance to fight. Activate the Gu formation. Shang Xinci instructed. The formation path Gu master beside her was stunned, hesitating. Isn't it too early to activate the Gu formation? We might give our enemies time to react. Shang Xinci shook her head. Just activate the formation. The Gu formation activated. A light veil enveloped the entire battlefield. Ho clan and Tai clan's Gu masters became restless and flustered. Shang Xinci said loudly, this formation can protect the lives of those who are heavily injured. Ho clan and Tai clan's Gu masters, go ahead and fight. Once she said that, Ho clan and Tai clan's leaders' expressions changed. Tai clan's leader laughed loudly. I heard that Shang clan leader is kind and benevolent. It is indeed true. All right, let us fight to our heart's content. Ho clan's leader snorted coldly, thinking, this lass is truly surpassing us in time. She directly told us about this formation's effect. It is to confuse our minds. Should we dismantle this formation or not? I underestimated her earlier. Looking at all the Super Forces leaders and Gu Master experts, Xinci is the kindest person I have ever seen. She could have set up a killer formation, but she chose this formation. Her advantage is greatly reduced. I'll lend her a hand later. Yifan thought to himself. He did not tell Shang Xinci and the rest about his immortal fortuitous encounter, but after Black Heaven's cultivation, Yifan was confident that even rank 5 Gu Masters were not his match. The Gu formation activated, under the cover of the light. Once a Gu Master was injured, they would be enveloped by the light and sent out. Others would not be able to harm them. At the same time, the Gu formation was helpful to Shang clan's Gu Masters in battle. Tai clan and Ho clan's Gu Masters were also thinking about how to unravel this Gu formation, but before that, Shang clan's Gu Masters had the upper hand. Kill. Xiong Tu, Xiong Feng, and Xiong Hua joined the battle. The three worked together and were extremely close. Ordinary elders were not their match. Soon, Ho clan's 3 elders were heavily injured. They were enveloped by the light and sent out of the battlefield. Damn it! Ho clan's leader clenched his fists. I had already convinced Shang clan's important people to cause trouble in Shang Xinci's backyard. To think that she actually challenged us. This Tai clan's leader is too impatient. He actually agreed to her request and fell into her trap. Right at this time, a female Gu Master charged out of Tai clan's formation. She was very brave. Her moves were large and powerful, rampaging through the battlefield. She was unstoppable. Xiong clan's 3 brothers wanted to stop her, but she easily defeated them, sending them out of the battlefield with heavy injuries. Ho clan's leader stared with wide eyes. He realized at this moment, so Tai clan had such a person. Powerful, too powerful. Even if I were to personally take action, I wouldn't be a match for her. At the crucial moment, Yifan walked into the battlefield, standing in front of this female Gu Master. I have not asked for your name? That woman's gaze was like lightning, emitting a sharp light as she sized up Yifan. She had a solemn expression as she said coldly, Tai Ruanan. Chapter 1542. Bam Bam Bam. Intense explosions resounded in everyone's ears. Mortal killer moves were unleashed without stop. 2 figures appeared and dispersed as they fought intensely. One was Yifan. He had dense luck. He cultivated Transformation Path and Light Path. He received guidance from Shang clan's Gu Immortals. and also acknowledge the mysterious Gu immortal Lu Wei-yin as his master. And most importantly, he did not rely on his own fortuitous encounters. He walked on his own Gu cultivation path. As for Tai Ruanan, even though she came from a super clan, Tai clan, she had a rough childhood. She lost her mother and father when she was young. She became independent and became one of the 8 young masters of Tai clan. She worked hard and was skilled in both literature and martial arts. Her reputation grew. She attracted many followers, especially when she was nurtured by Tai clan's Gu immortal Tai Mian Shun. She became the inheritor of Tai Mian's true inheritance. The battle between these two could be said to be a match between two geniuses. They were evenly matched. The commotion was shocking. The aftershocks created a large empty space. Ordinary fighting Gu masters, as long as they entered this empty space and encountered the shockwaves of the two's battle, they would be injured if brushed by the shockwaves and die if touched. Thus they would all retreat. The Gu masters of the 3 clans were dumbfounded by the battle between these two. Missy, young Master Yi is so strong? Why did we not know about this before? The servant beside Shang Xianci, Xiao Dai, spoke. Shang Xianci's eyes flickered as she said, young Master Yi Fan must have had some fortuitous encounter. His strength rose rapidly. This is a good thing, but his opponent is not simple. Young Master Yi should be careful. Xiao Dai covered her mouth and giggled. Young Master Yi is indeed a good person. He is talented, handsome, and confident. Moreover, his feelings for Miss can be seen by anyone with a discerning eye. If young Master Yi can hear that you care about him so much, he will definitely be very happy. Shang Xianci shook her head. She wanted to say something but did not speak in the end. Xiao Dai had been observing the situation. She was Shang Xianci's trusted aide, a direct descendant of the direct line. She was a servant from Zhang clan. She had followed the caravan and came to Shang clan city with Shang Xianci. Thus, others called Shang Xianci clan leader or city lord, but only Xiao Dai called Shang Xianci young miss. Shang Xianci did not ask her to change it. This was a sign of their deep relationship. At this moment, Xiao Dai was worried, thinking, it seems that Miss still cannot forget that demonic Gu master Fang Yuan. Sigh, I don't know what he did, but that Fang Yuan only accompanied my young miss to Shang clan city, and from then on, he became young Miss's sweetheart. I wonder where he is now. He was probably already dead. Sigh, if he's really dead, seeing his corpse would be good too. It would allow Miss to completely give up and walk out. Xiao Dai's great aptitude was after all a mortal Gu master, and had not come into contact with the level of Gu immortals. Thus, she did not know Fang Yuan's current situation and thought that Fang Yuan was still a demonic Gu master. Even though Shang Xianci learned about Fang Yuan's current situation from Shang clan Gu immortal Shang Qingqing, there was no need to tell Xiao Dai about this. It's true that talented people are born in every generation. I'm really getting old. Ho clan leader looked at the battle between Yi Fan and Tai Ruanan. He was shocked and felt bitter. Tai clan leader was more shocked, thinking, I thought that by sending Tai Ruanan, we would be able to clear all the obstacles and obtain victory. But now, it seems that the result is hard to predict. To think that Shang clan has such an expert. At the same time, in the sky above the battlefield, in a place where mortal Gu masters could not sense, 3 southern border Gu immortals were looking at the battle between Tai Ruanan and Yi Fan. They came from Shang clan, Ho clan, and Tai clan. Right now, the 3 were sitting on a cloud, next to each other. There was a round table in the middle. The fragrance of tea permeated the air. The Gu immortals were drinking tea, but they were using the mortals of their clans as stakes in a gamble to decide the final owner of this smoky warm jade field. This smoky warm jade field was a high-grade resource. Even super forces valued it greatly. If they could obtain it, it would be a foundation that would benefit the clan. But using mortals as stakes without Gu immortals, would it be child's play? Or maybe if they lost, some Gu immortals would refuse to accept it. The conflict between immortals, using mortals as stakes, was not as simple as it seemed. Gu immortals were lone cultivators and demonic path cultivators. So be it. But righteous path forces had to be long-lasting. Thus, they placed more emphasis on nurturing their descendants. For example, Shang clan had a young master selection policy to let the young masters earn money. They also had a battle stage to take in external Gu masters. Tai clan also had 8 young masters. While the other super forces had their own policies, they were all to select Gu immortal seeds from the mortal descendants. Letting the clansmen fight each other had great significance. It represented the clan's future achievements. Especially when it came to Gu immortal seeds, the Gu immortals would feel great heartache if they lost one. But Gu immortals needed to do this, because the benefits outweighed the disadvantages. Firstly, as long as the clan's Gu immortals did not die, their foundation would not be shaken, they would not suffer a huge loss. If the Gu immortals did not make a move, everything could be discussed. Secondly, letting these mortals fight was also a form of tempering and testing. It allowed geniuses to stand out in life and death situations. As for dead geniuses, they were no longer geniuses. Righteous path clans nurtured generation after generation. Even if they were Gu immortal seeds, they could afford to lose them. Thirdly, in a battle, there would be grudges and grudges. This would make the clan more cohesive. When the Gu immortal seeds grow up, the other super forces might have enemies of the same generation. At this time, they would not be able to leave the clan easily. They would need to rely on the clan more. Any policy had its considerations. It was not a game where Gu immortals used mortals as pawns. Those in power were not simple. Right now, the 3 immortals' gazes were on Yifan and Tai Ruanan. The 3 knew that the outcome of this battle was crucial. It would decide the final owner of Smoky Warm Jade Field. Shang Qing, who was sitting on the left, smiled. Congratulations to Lord Tai Mian-shan. You found an excellent inheritor of Iron Mask's true inheritance. Tai clan had Iron Mask's true inheritance. Everyone in southern border knew about it. They also knew that this true inheritance had strict requirements. It was hard to find a suitable inheritor. True teachings were a set of mature and relatively outstanding cultivation content. Therefore, sometimes, not everyone could inherit a true inheritance. There would be requirements and conditions. Sitting at the center was Tai clan's Gu immortal, Tai Mian-shan. He wore a martial attire. His chest and legs were covered in light armor. His face was covered in a thick layer of iron. This was not because he was wearing a mask. It was the cultivation characteristic of Iron Mask's true inheritance. The Gu immortals who cultivated this true inheritance had to be righteous people. They were also the most skilled in investigating the truth in Southern Border's Gu immortal world. Earlier, he chose Divine Investigator, who was Tai Ruanan's father, to be the inheritor of Iron Mask's true inheritance. But Divine Investigator died on Qingmao Mountain. He found out about Tai Ruanan's outstanding talent and chose her as the inheritor. This time, the Tai clan had sent him here to fight for the smoky warm jade fields for the Tai clan. Thus, Tai Mian-shan had brought Tai Ruanan here to train her. Among the 3 Gu immortals present, Ho clan and Shang clan's Gu immortals only had rank 6 cultivation level. Only Tai Mian-shan had rank 7 cultivation level. He was sitting at the center. As they conversed, Shang Qing and the Ho clan Gu immortal were very respectful towards Tai Mian-shan. Tai Mian-shan nodded. Shang clan's fairy is right. This is my true inheritor. But he is still young. He needs more training. Ho clan's Gu immortal, Ho Yao, was silent. He looked at the battlefield below with concern. Even though Ho clan was the weakest now, it was not like he had lost his chance completely. As long as Shang clan and Tai clan fought to a stalemate, the final result would be unknown. Dust flew. Yifan retreated as he breathed in deeply. His chest inflated like a balloon. Tai Ruanan pounced down like an eagle. Her hands turned into claws as she attacked. Yifan turned around and spat out a scarlet red light arrow towards Tai Ruanan's face. Tai Ruanan was not flustered. Her eyes shined with bright light as she raised her head and flew like a swallow, dodging the red arrow. Chapter 1543. Tai Ruanan shouted as she raised her fist, welcoming the attack. Bam! With a loud sound, the fist and palm collided, causing a bright white light to burst out. Light shot out, causing the ground to crack. Both sides fought fiercely, moving like smoke as they retreated. After retreating for more than 10 steps, they stabilized themselves, looking at each other from afar as they breathed heavily. Right now, both of them had grim expressions. They treated each other as strong opponents. not daring to underestimate each other. So amazing! Their battle strength far surpasses ordinary rank 5s. They are both Gu immortal seeds. Shang Xianci sighed inwardly. Her knowledge was not the same as before. Because of Shang Qingqing's favor, she was familiar with some matters of the Gu immortal world. Yi Fan looked around, suddenly saying, Tai Ruanan, if you can take this move, I will admit defeat. Tai Ruanan's gaze focused as she nodded, agreeing. Okay. Mortal Gu masters had limited primeval essence. The two did not fight for long, but it was extremely intense. They had used countless mortal killer moves. The primeval essence expenditure was huge. Thus, both of them had little primeval essence left in their apertures. Thus, Yi Fan suggested one move to decide the victor. Tai Ruanan agreed. Yi Fan breathed in deeply, preparing his killer move. Mortal killer move. Aurora bird. Chirp, chirp, chirp. A series of urgent bird cries could be heard. Yi Fan's body was covered in rays of light that flowed like water. They were multicolored, moving around and gathering on his forearm and right hand. The aurora light was very intelligent. It let out chirping sounds. As the light changed, a sparrow could be vaguely seen. The aurora bird was ready to attack. It had a shocking aura. Tai Ruanan's expression was extremely grim. Her body was emitting waves of black qi. The black gas condensed on her face and gradually formed a thin black iron mask. Mortal killer move. Iron mask equipment. This move came from the iron mask true inheritance. If an immortal Gu was used as the core, it would be an immortal killer move. Go! Yi Fan shouted. The rainbow light on his right forearm seemed to have a life of its own at this moment. It jumped out of his body and flew into the air, turning into a rainbow bird. With a flap of its wings, the rainbow cloud bird shot forward at an astonishing speed. Good move. Tai Ruanan grunted. She didn't stop at her original spot and charged forward. In the next moment, she collided with the rainbow sunglow bird. Tai Clan's Gu masters gasped. They were worried for Tai Ruanan. To think that she would use her body to resist Yi Fan's strongest move. High up in the clouds, Tai Mianshin remained unmoving. It was obvious that he knew about the iron mask equipment and was confident in its defensive capabilities. Creak, creak. The rainbow cloud bird crashed into Tai Ruanan's body and turned back into a large ball of rainbow light, covering Tai Ruanan's entire body. On the other hand, Tai Ruanan's body emitted waves of black gas, defending against the corrosion of the rainbow light. Both sides were in a deadlock, and it was difficult to determine the outcome in a short period of time. Your Shang clan's Gu immortal seed is not bad either. Tai Mianshin praised. Shang Qingqing smiled. I'm ashamed. I'm just a seed with a different surname. Tai Mianshin nodded. I can see that his killer move has his own ideas. It is likely that he created it himself. To be able to create his own path at such a young age, ordinary geniuses cannot compare to him. Ho Yao was envious as he watched from the side. He sighed. Such seeds are the future pillars of their clans. Shang Qingqing was humble, but she found it strange. She had interacted with Yi Fan before. She gave him pointers, but he did not display such talent back then. Our Shang clan has a battle stage system. Thus, Tai Mianshin and Ho Yao thought that this is a Gu immortal seed from outside Shang clan. But that is not the case. Yi Fan is so outstanding now, he must have had some fortuitous encounters recently. Of course, he created his own killer move. His talent cannot be underestimated. Such a person is worthy of our clan's attention. We can recruit him. If we find out that he has a clean background, we can recruit him. Right? He seems to be in love with Shang Xianci. We can make use of this. If he can become a Gu immortal, so what if we give up Shang Xianci? If this gets out, it will be a great story. Shang Qingqing thought about it internally as she formulated a plan. At the same time, in a lake far away in the mountains, two Gu immortals were conspiring. These two Gu immortals had been concealing themselves. They had been planning for a long time. One of the Gu immortals was a weak young man. His name was Yu. He had a worried expression. Will we really not alert those three clans Gu immortals this time? We won't. His companion, Nan Min, replied with certainty. If not for my unique investigative killer move, I would not have found out that there is an ancient water monster hidden in smoky warm jade field. Our clan is the most outstanding in water path. It is unlikely that those three clans will find out. And this time, we will not attack directly. We will make use of the situation to alert this sleeping ancient water monster and make it go berserk. Saying so, Min's tone changed. Of course, Gua mortals have countless methods. It is hard to guarantee that they will not find out. But if they find out, we will have an excuse. After all, our clan is a super force. They will at most be suspicious, but they will not fight us to the death. If they do not find out, when the water monster goes berserk, they will definitely take action to suppress it. At that time, you will be the one to kill one of them and cause the three clans to be suspicious and fight. Min had rank 7 cultivation level, while EU only had rank 6 aura. But in their plan, EU was the one to carry out the assassination, who knew what methods EU had. The weak young man, EU, had an even more worried expression. I am not familiar with that move yet. What if I fail? What if they find out when I use it? Min's expression turned grim. That is the worst-case scenario. If it really happens, I will sacrifice my life to stall these three Gua mortals and let you escape. Even if I die, I will not admit that I am a clan Gua mortal. You should do the same. This time, EU no longer had a worried expression on his face. Instead, he had a solemn and determined expression. Min breathed in deeply. I am going to attack. He activated an immortal killer move. His aura was concealed to the extreme. There was no sound at all. EU, who was at the side, relaxed slightly. At the next moment, deep underground water rippled. The water monster that had been sleeping for countless years was suddenly awakened. On the ground, Yifan and Tai Rua Nan were just about to determine the victor when the ground shook. Puff, puff, puff. A series of fountains burst out of the black metal soil, piercing through the battlefield and destroying the Gu formation that Shang clan had painstakingly set up. Dozens of huge water pillars, each several meters tall, were scattered in smoky warm jade field. Chapter 1544. Those unlucky Gu masters were hit by the water pillars. They turned into piles of flesh and bones. Such a change made the Gu masters extremely shocked. They quickly stopped and left the battlefield. What's going on? The three Gu immortals in the clouds were about to react when they saw the water pillars suddenly fuse into one in the air, forming into an ancient water monster with a fish body, frog legs, and tiger head. The water monster roared as it pounced at the mortals below. It did not have much intelligence. It felt that these mortal Gu masters had disturbed its slumber. The giant frog legs stomped on the ground, as boundless water surged out of the ground, surging towards the mortals. But the three immortals attacked at the same time. 3 barriers of light protected the 3 clansmen. So there is an underground frost heart lake beneath this smoky warm jade field. There is an ancient water monster inside the lake. Ho Yao had a solemn expression. Shang Qing gritted her teeth, looking at Tai Mian-shun. Lord Tai Mian-shun, please take the lead. We will assist you and take down this ancient water monster. We will prevent it from destroying this smoky warm jade field. Shi and Ho Yao were only rank 6 Gu immortals. They could not deal with the ancient water monster. Tai Mian-shun was the only rank 7 Gu immortal here. He was the leader. Tai Mian-shun nodded. He was about to charge down the clouds when a sharp eagle cry resounded in the 3 immortals' ears. At the next moment, everyone saw to their shock that the small eagle beside Yifan suddenly expanded, turning into a giant eagle. Upper extreme heavenly eagle. The giant eagle screeched as it pounced at the ancient water monster. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was saved by the mysterious Gu immortal Lu Wei-yin, but it was also restrained by his methods. It had been staying beside Yifan. When Yifan was in a life and death situation, Lu Wei-yin's restraining methods would be greatly weakened, allowing the upper extreme heavenly eagle to use a portion of its strength. The upper extreme heavenly eagle did not have the intelligence of humans. It did not sense the hidden Gu immortals. It only felt the threat of the ancient water monster. It felt that its dignity was being challenged. It wanted to teach this arrogant person a lesson. Feeling the upper extreme heavenly eagle's ferocious aura, the ancient water monster immediately cowered. Its roars stopped abruptly, and it directly turned into a stream of water, quickly slipping away through the hole it had just emerged from. Once the ancient water monster was gone, Yifan's life was no longer in danger. The seal on the upper extreme, Heavenly Eagle, took effect again, causing it to return to its original state. A force forced it to fly back to Yifan's shoulder. Around Yifan, there was complete silence. Countless Gu immortals stared at him with wide-opened eyes. Young Master Yi, what exactly is this eagle of yours? Xiao Dai stammered, completely shocked. Yifan rubbed his nose. If I say that this is the first time I've seen this eagle's power, would you believe me? Primordial desolate beast. Be it the 3 Gu immortals above the clouds, or the 2 Yi clan immortals hiding in the lake, they were all shocked, speechless. How did this happen? Especially those 2 Yi clan Gu immortals. They only wanted to release the ancient water monster, but they did not expect an immemorial desolate beast to appear. That's a good thing. We don't have to do it ourselves. With this immemorial desolate beast, we can get rid of these 3 immortals. Yu was overjoyed. Yinan Min's gaze was dark. This is not so simple. Did you not see it clearly? This immemorial desolate beast is being raised by someone. It is the possession of that young man who fought earlier. Shang clan's fairy. What is going on with this immemorial desolate beast? Tai Mianshan's gaze was like lightning. He turned around and looked at Shang Qingqing. Shang Qingqing smiled bitterly. Earlier, she was agitated and her expression showed flaws. Even if she did not, she would not be able to lie to Tai Mianshan. Shang Qingqing only had rank 6 cultivation level. She could only say, I don't know either. It is likely this young man's fortuitous encounter. What kind of fortuitous encounter can allow a mortal to raise an immemorial desolate beast as his possession? Ho Ya was shocked as he said in an unfathomable tone. Tai Mianshan smiled coldly. This is an important matter. We cannot ignore it. Compared to this, smoky warm jade field is no longer important. This young man probably inherited an immortal true inheritance, but our southern border righteous path has never had such records of a mortal raising an immemorial desolate beast. I need to investigate and prevent the demonic path from rising again. Shang Qingqing was furious but helpless. She smiled bitterly. I believe that Lord Tai Mianshan will investigate this matter and uphold justice. Eagle, so you are so powerful. Yifan sighed. He could not help but stretch out his hand, wanting to touch the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle's head. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle had tried to struggle many times, but it was helpless against the seal on its body. After a while, it became resigned to its fate. Now that it returned to Yifan's shoulder, it was furious. But when it heard Yifan's praise, pride appeared on its face again. Seeing Yifan stretch out his hand, it immediately spread its wings and slapped Yifan's hand away. Yifan smiled bitterly. Xiao Dai stared with wide eyes. This eagle is really arrogant, but it has incredible abilities. It is worthy of its arrogance. Young Master Yi, how did you? Before she finished, Shang Xianci interrupted her. Xiao Dai, this is young Master Yifan's secret. You can't pry? It is fine. This divine eagle was caught by my master. Yifan saw that the matter was exposed. He did not want to hide it from Shang Xianci. Your master can actually subdue such a divine eagle? Xiao Dai raised her voice. Shang Xianci also had a shocked expression. She naturally thought that Yifan's master was likely a powerful Gu immortal. While they were talking, the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle suddenly showed fear on its face. It became restless on Yifan's shoulder, like a mouse that saw a cat, or a sheep that saw a wolf. What is going on? Xiao Dai and the rest stared with wide eyes. This arrogant divine eagle suddenly acted like this. It was truly shocking. I don't know, Yifan exclaimed. This is the first time I've seen so panic-stricken. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle could not stand on Yifan's shoulder. It screeched towards a certain direction in the sky. However, this shrill cry was no longer as intimidating as before. Instead, it revealed a strong sense of panic and even pleading. One could see the fear in it at a glance. Of course, if one were to look closely, there was also a trace of anger. What is going on? At once, be they mortal Gu masters or Gu immortals, They could not help but look towards the direction of the upper extreme, heavenly eagle scream. Next, everyone saw a figure in the sky, piercing through heaven and earth like a flying sword. At this moment, the white clouds in the sky were split into two by this figure. That seems to be a person? Immortal? The Gu Masters exclaimed. Who is it? This aura. He is definitely not an ordinary immortal. The Gu Immortals were also shocked. They became vigilant. The figure stopped, floating in the air as everyone saw this Gu Immortal's true appearance. He had a jade-like face, a high-nosed bridge, and a cold, indifferent look in his deep, black eyes. His long hair was black like a waterfall. It hung down to his waist. He wore a white robe. His sleeves were fluttering in the wind. He was handsome to the point of being beautiful. His aura was extremely intimidating. A group of mortal Gu Masters looked up at him. There was complete silence. Then, the man spoke again. So this is where my bird is. Chapter 1545. One year, there was a famine. The people had no food to eat. They could only dig up grass and eat guanine clay. Many people starved to death. The news was quickly reported to the palace. The emperor was sitting high up and was puzzled when he heard the report. The kind emperor thought hard and came up with a solution. The people are hungry but have no rice to eat. Why don't they eat meat porridge? In our lives, there will always be some people who look kind and understanding on the surface, but they are not. Recently, I brought my wife to Nanjing every day to accompany her to see a doctor. Although it is a small problem, the treatment process is more complicated. We take the train in the morning and come back in the afternoon. Sometimes, there are no seats on the train. We might have to stand for more than an hour. Or we might take a bus to get home. It takes even longer. It's really tiring. Imagine yourself on a long journey. Imagine yourself taking a bus or a train. Then imagine yourself doing this every day for a month. My writing condition is not good because of this. I have already told them about this matter, but many people still do not understand. Or rather, they think they understand. A few days ago, I made a mistake and did not update for a day. I have already explained the situation and apologized. It was indeed my mistake. I had already saved the manuscript and put it in Chidian's backend. It was just that I did not set the timing for the updates. Coincidentally, I had an urgent matter that night. I came home late and found people scolding their parents. At that time, in a fit of anger, he decided not to update it. At the same time, I was also very puzzled. What caused this phenomenon? How should I deal with this matter? The next day, I announced that I would stop updating for 100 years. All the updates were accidents. Then, I started to update once a day, twice a day, and 3 times a day. I realized that those people who scolded their parents disappeared and did not make a fuss anymore. There was even some noise and excitement in the book review section. On the surface, this is a problem with the updates. But what about the actual situation? I announced that I would stop updating for 100 years, but I updated for so many days. Is this an accident? Sometimes, there are more updates. Is this accident bigger than the broken sky? Why are these people not making a fuss because of these accidents? What about scolding their parents? Some people will immediately answer, this is because you, the author, updated. Yes, I updated. But what about the actual situation? It is also an accident. Why can't these people be the same? That's because what I'm doing is in line with their interests. So, this group of people seemed very kind, understanding, and supportive. But in fact, they were just supporting their own interests. This support was not because they truly understood the author's pain, but because they were as kind as the emperor. Over the past few days, there were also some readers who complained, saying, Venerable Gu, you've gone too far. For the sake of a small number of people, you've affected everyone's reading. I can't stand the sight of you. I answer here. How did I bring disaster to everyone's reading? I said I would stop updating for 100 years. When did I stop updating? These people were complaining for their own benefit, not really trying to understand me. Of course, I know this is human nature, very normal. I write books, and you read them. Why should I force you to understand me? You're just an author who writes a book. Who are you to me? Friends? Family? Hee. This is a normal situation, of course, I accept. In fact, I never force others to understand me. But what I couldn't accept was that when I scolded my parents, it would become dirty. I write and sell books. Why should my parents be scolded? If you sell things in the mall, do you want your parents to be scolded? When I write books, I put in a lot of effort and time. I put in hard work, and the results I get are upright. When I sell books, I earn a few cents for 1,000 words and a few cents for a chapter. It might not even be as much as the price of a cigarette. When you open a tobacco shop and sell cigarettes, and someone buys cigarettes, you tell them that they are out of stock today, and they can come back tomorrow or buy from another shop. At this time, when the customer scolds and insults you and your family, how do you feel? You're definitely not happy, and I'm not happy either. Let me tell you, no one will be happy, everyone will be unhappy. I'm unhappy, and I want to express it. What do I write books for? It's to fulfill my dream and earn money to support my family at the same time. It's life. It's not survival. In this world, some people survive, and some people live. I'm the latter. What I pursue is a high quality of life, a comfortable life. I'm not here for you to scold me. I'm not someone who sells laughs. I'm just someone who writes and sells books. I'm not an idol. If you scold me, I have to bear it. I'm worried that I'll lose fans. To me, if I lose fans, so be it. Subscriptions, favorites, it doesn't matter. What does it matter? A few years ago, when I wrote Goujonrin, I didn't think about making money. If I wanted to make money, I wouldn't have updated like this, and I wouldn't have written such a topic at all. This is because I'm different from others. My main purpose in writing books is to write the book itself. Making money is incidental and secondary. Before Goujonrin, I wrote many books, and I've proudly announced many times. Every book is complete, and I've never left it unfinished. This is an indisputable fact. Perhaps many people still don't understand the true meaning behind this fact. That is, no matter what book I write, no matter how well the book does, whether it sells or not, I've written the concept in my heart completely. If I were to write a book for the sake of making money, would I do this? Goujonrin has been updated for several years, and only recently has some results shown, giving me the hope and possibility of doing this full-time. I'm also very interested, because this is very likely to be a high-quality lifestyle. But even if I do it full-time, will I change my original intention and write for money? I pursue a quality life, and money is secondary. My concept of money is that poverty can kill people, and wealth can also kill people. I can eat abalone and sea cucumber, and I can also eat porridge and plain porridge. When I was a child, I lived a hard life, and I'm not afraid of suffering in the future. Even if I have a son now, I don't have the thought of most parents, thinking of ways to let him live a rich life. If he has talent, poverty can nourish his ambition, and he can earn money himself. Why would he need my money? If he has no talent, no matter how much money I give him, it will all be wasted. His shortcomings will be magnified by too much money. Wealth is a good thing, but poverty also has its advantages. Taking 10,000 steps back, if I really can't write books in the future and really can't support myself and my family, I can just go out and find a job, right? I have hands and feet, and I'm in the prime of my life. Can I support myself, my wife, and my child? So, I won't suffer this kind of vexation. I write and sell books, not to be bullied. For those who curse, let me tell you, I, Venerable Goo, will not sell my books to you. I'll give you one word. Scram. 2 words. Scram. 2 words. Scram quickly. 4 words. Scram quickly. 5 words. Scram dejectedly. After writing this paragraph, I counted seriously and found that my math is still very good. Perhaps some people will ask, Venerable Goo, aren't you too pretentious? That's not good. Look at those great gods. They aren't as pretentious as you. What ability do you have to be pretentious? Then let me tell you. I usually don't pretend, and I'm not good at pretending, but I must pretend today. First, because others pretend to be pretentious to me, I, Venerable Goo, always return the favor. I'm selling books, not laughter. My smiles are for my friends. When friends come, I give them smiles and enthusiasm. When enemies come, I raise my knife, spear, and sword. Second, I'm different from many authors, because my pursuit, My temperament is not the same. If I'm not in a good mood, how can I write a book happily? I won't be able to write a good book. Third, I don't have any virtue or ability to pretend to be pretentious today. I'm just poor and unreasonable. Also, I want to ask you, those readers who scold their parents, what virtue or ability do they have to do this? Just because they support me, they can insult me and my family? Everyone, when have you seen such a group of people saying, I support you, but at the same time scolding your parents? This group of people also has a common problem, which is that they feel, I'm supporting you like this, I've contributed a lot, I've suffered a lot, so what's wrong with me scolding you a few times? I'm also doing it for your own good. Therefore, in my eyes, this kind of support is not support at all. I don't want this kind of support. Let me repeat. I, Venerable Gu, write books, the past books, the present books, and the future books, will not sell to people like you. If you have the guts, don't read it. Actually, the books I write are just like that. Why do you have to do it? There are many other outstanding books. Go and read others. This single chapter of mine can also be considered a confession. I believe that it has an important meaning for my entire writing career. Perhaps some of you will be very unhappy when you see today's single chapter. I'm sorry, this is not my main goal. Making you unhappy is just a side effect. Let's make a final point. I, Venerable Gu, sell books, not smiles. Chapter 1546. Who is this? Yifan looked at Feng Yuan, who was floating in the sky, feeling puzzled. At this moment, he could not help but think of his master Lu Wei Yin's words. Master said that this eagle can resolve one of my karmic ties. I have always been puzzled. Is this Gu immortal really the eagle's master, and my karma is him? Yifan did not recognize Feng Yuan. Because Feng Yuan was using the sovereign immortal body's original appearance, Yifan had never seen him before. Yifan only knew the appearance of Feng Yuan's rank 6-time path clone. He had obtained this from Shang Xinc's subordinates. This was easy. Back then, Feng Yuan and Bai Ningbing were known as the Black and White Demons. They roamed the world and were wanted criminals. The servant Xiao Dai's gums were chattering. She shivered. She naturally did not recognize Feng Yuan's identity, but Feng Yuan had such power, and was the owner of the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was already so strong. Then how strong was its master? Xiao Dai could not imagine it. She only felt fear. She was afraid that Feng Yuan would find trouble with them. Meanwhile, Shang Xinci pursed her lips. Her gaze was fixed on Feng Yuan. Her eyes were not only filled with shock, there was also some doubt. There was an indescribable feeling in her heart. The mortals were shocked and confused. But the Gu immortals were different. They felt chills all over their bodies. This person is? Rank 6 Gu immortal Ho Yao stared with wide eyes, tongue-tied. He recognized Feng Yuan's identity. The answer was right at the tip of his tongue, but he could not say it. Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal body appearance had always been Lu Guanyi's identity as he roamed the world. Back then in Southern Border, he entered the immortal formation and explored super dream realms. He disguised as Wu Yihai. Lu Guanyi and Wu Yihai's appearances were naturally very different. But don't forget, after the Battle of Reverse Flow River, the Celestial Court framed Feng Yuan and exposed the truth that Feng Yuan was Lu Guanyi in order to destroy Longevity Heaven's political scheme and divide Northern Plains Gu immortal forces. Thus, the fact that Feng Yuan was Lu Guanyi and had once disguised as Wu Yihai was known to all the Gu immortals in the world. The appearance of his sovereign immortal physique, which was also Lu Guanyi's appearance, was no longer a secret and was known to everyone in the world. This time, when Feng Yuan came to Southern Border, he did not activate Familiar Face or any other disguise. There are several reasons. Firstly, the purpose of his trip was very clear, and that was to pursue the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. Thus, when he made his move, even if he disguised himself, his identity would still be exposed. There was no need to do so. Secondly, after the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Feng Yuan had rank 8 battle strength, and after this period of digesting his knowledge, he had a solid foundation and deep strength. Now that he was roaming Southern Border, he was very confident. Thirdly, Fang Yuan had purposely shown his true appearance to probe the arrangements of the celestial court and other righteous path forces. But his journey had been very smooth. All in all, when Fang Yuan appeared, all the Gu immortals recognized his identity. Upper extreme heavenly eagle. Wui Hai. So that's it. This eagle is the upper extreme heavenly eagle. Shang Qingqing's thoughts continued to move as she connected all the clues and understood the situation. Fang Yuan has rank 8 battle strength. This is a fact known to the world. Rank 8 Gu immortals are completely different from immemorial desolate beasts. Let's escape. Yu, who was hiding in the lake, spoke. This weak-looking young rank 6 Gu immortal was clearly frightened. His face was pale and his soul beast was shivering. What are you afraid of? He might not be able to find us. Even if we retreat now, it is too late. Are you confident that we can escape? At the side, rank 7 Gu immortal Enan Min had an ugly expression. He had completely thrown the E-clan's plan to the back of his head. He tried his best to hide and retract his aura. Just as the immortals were at a loss, Tai Mianshan floated out and showed himself, flying towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, you are wanted by Central Continent, Southern Border, and Northern Plains righteous path forces. You still dare to show yourself? The immortals saw this and felt deep admiration towards Tai Mianshan. As expected of Tai Mianshan, Tai clan's Gu immortals are truly admirable. At this moment, it's useless for us to be cowards. This is a desperate situation of life and death. We need to cooperate sincerely and unite together. Only then will we have a chance at survival. That's right. Fang Yuan was able to escape and roam the world. He has powerful movement methods. If we split up, he will definitely catch up to us and kill us one by one. Our only hope is to unite as one and urgently request for reinforcements to arrive. To be able to become a Gu immortal, he definitely had his own strengths. The Gu immortals calmed down after hearing Tai Mianshan's words. They understood the situation. Facing the demonic path Gu immortal Fang Yuan, they had to work together to have a chance of survival. If Fang Yuan appears, he can only fight to the death to resist this demon. Enan Min and Yu continued to communicate. In the moment of danger, Tai Mianshan stood up and stabilized the righteous path. He was indeed an outstanding talent of Tai clan, an expert among rank 7 experts. The mortals of the 3 races started to clamor again. Look, another immortal has appeared. Oh my heavens, am I seeing things? Everyone looked at the sky. Their gazes were filled with shock and curiosity. Normally, immortals were rarely seen in the 5 regions. But now, 2 Gu immortals appeared. They were shocked. Wait, what did the second Gu immortal call him? Fang Yuan? Is he the person that Lady Xinci is thinking about? But his appearance is not right. Yi Fan's heart shook. He subconsciously turned around and looked at Shang Xinci. Shang Xinci raised her snow-white neck. She stared at Fang Yuan's figure without blinking. When Tai Mianshan called out Fang Yuan's identity, she instantly understood why her heart was pounding earlier. The person that she had been thinking about day and night was right in front of her, appearing in such an unexpected manner. Shang Xinci looked at him fixedly. The emotions that she had been accumulating for days and nights surged in her heart. Was it because at the most helpless time of her life, she met Fang Yuan and obtained his help? Sometimes, she would faintly suspect, was her feelings towards Fang Yuan a kind of love or gratitude? But now, when she saw Fang Yuan again, even though her appearance had changed, the emotions in her heart gushed out like a waterfall. At that instant, tears appeared in her eyes. She was sure that this was love. Love was an inexplicable thing. There was no reason to talk about it. Looking at the reason for love was foolish and foolish. However, Shang Xinci also understood that she had met the wrong person at the right time. She knew that she could not love. She knew the difference between her and Fang Yuan. But love was born. What could she use to stop it? Thus, Shang Xinci was helpless. She could only look up, look at Fang Yuan's lofty figure. She tried her best to open her eyes, to see Fang Yuan's current appearance, but she could not. The investigative killer move that had great effects in the past was useless against Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body. The current me does not even have the qualifications to take a look. Shang Xinci had complex emotions. There was joy, melancholy, sadness, and most of all, she was worried about Fang Yuan's safety. But she knew her identity and strength. She was the leader of Shang clan. She was a righteous path member. She was just a mortal. Her words carried little weight. She knew about Fang Yuan's identity and past achievements from Shang Qing, but she could not do or say what she wanted. She could only watch and endure. Yi Fan looked at Shang Xinci's expression. This was the first time he had seen Shang Xinci like this. His heart clenched. He had never felt such an intense, bone-piercing pain. This pain contained his love for Shang Xinci, as well as his anger towards Fang Yuan. At once, he was certain that this Gu immortal was Fang Yuan. Don't tell me Master's karma is between me and Fang Yuan? Yi Fan had another guess in his mind. He was shocked about Fang Yuan's identity as a Gu immortal, but he quickly accepted it. Because he had encountered Bai Ningbing before, he had almost lost his life to Bai Ningbing. After that, he met Lu Weiyin. His horizons were broadened. He thought about it and felt that Bai Ningbing was very likely a Gu immortal. Back then, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were known as the Black and White Demons. Bai Ningbing had already become a Gu immortal, while Fang Yuan refined an immortal Gu on Three Kings Mountain. The whole of Southern Border knew about it. He definitely obtained an immortal opportunity. What was so strange about him becoming a Gu immortal now? Chapter 1547. Looking at the moving clouds in the sky, Fang Yuan's expression was slightly gloomy. He was thinking back to the scene earlier. Out of his expectations, the immortal opportunity business that was established in the dream realm was actually so popular. The scope involved was also much larger than what he had expected. Looking at the situation in the Mortal Gu house and Lady White Rabbit's tone, it was clear that be they demonic path or lone cultivators, as long as they could afford it, they could enter the Righteous Path's defensive Gu formation and interact with the dream realm. This is beyond my imagination, but thinking back, it is understandable. Dream Path. At this time, it was still a blank slate. Even though many super forces started to research this, there were few results. Fang Yuan's Unravel Dream Killer move could be said to be the best in the current 5 regions. Of course, Yingwu Xie's lead soul into dreams was also a unique and unparalleled achievement. Lead soul into dreams shone brilliantly in the Battle of Etian Mountain. It made Celestial Court's Gu immortals suffer losses many times. And Fang Yuan's killer move Unravel Dream was extremely beneficial to him. He gained a lot. The Righteous Path Gu immortals, even though they sealed off the entire dream realm, they have no ability to excavate this treasure mountain. Instead, they lost many Righteous Path experts in this period of time. Among them were rank 7 Gu immortal experts with high authority in their clans. Luo clan even lost their 3rd Supreme Elder. This information could not be hidden. It was widely spread in Southern Border's Gu immortal world. Fang Yuan could easily find out about it. The Righteous Path has suffered. They know about the power of the dream realm. They cannot explore it recklessly, so they use this method to extort resources from the demonic path and lone cultivators. Furthermore, if any accidents happen, they do not need to waste a single soldier. They can attack the forces outside the Righteous Path. It is killing 2 birds with 1 stone. To be able to make this immortal serendipity business so prosperous and on such a large scale, a tall tree attracts the wind, yet it still exists. Evidently, the Righteous Path has reached some sort of tacit agreement. Behind Lady White Rabbit's Mortal Gu house are Southern Border's Righteous Path Gu immortals. There is definitely more than one. There are at least 6 or 7 of them to create such an unbridled scene. Fang Yuan was astute. Because of his 500 years of cultivation experience in his previous life, he was very clear about this immortal serendipity business. This way, even though he could use this method to sneak into the Righteous Path defensive Gu formation and personally interact with the dream realm, it could not satisfy his needs. What did Fang Yuan need? First of all, he needed continuous opportunities and time to come into contact with the super dreamland. Secondly, he needed an identity that could protect him. Even if there were any changes in the dream world, he could still continue to stay. Just 1 or 2 times, what could Fang Yuan gain by interacting with the dream realm? Just the cost alone was ridiculously high. But the theory of 3 venerables was deeply rooted in people's hearts. Countless Gu immortals were attracted to it. The righteous path Gu immortals had already tasted the bitterness. When the demonic path and lone cultivators learn of their power, this craze would dissipate. In addition, even if Fang Yuan relied on this method to dispel the dream and increase his cultivation level, he would not be able to do so. In this way, it would cause the dream to change. At the very least, the dream world would shrink for no reason. If this situation was discovered by other righteous path Gu immortals, what would they do? By then, Fang Yuan would be trapped inside the Gu formation, like a turtle in a jar. Even with the upper extreme heavenly eagle, Fang Yuan did not have enough heavenly crystals. If this doesn't work, what should I do? Kill a righteous path Gu immortal, then use familiar face to disguise myself and sneak in? Fang Yuan thought of this and shook his head, rejecting this unrealistic idea. First of all, in righteous path forces, Gu immortals either had life tablet Gu, soul lantern Gu, or blood rope Gu. These methods could allow the clan to easily check whether the Gu immortal was alive or dead. Furthermore, through these life tablet Gu, soul lantern Gu, and blood rope Gu, they could easily deduce the Gu immortal's location. Once Fang Yuan killed these Gu immortals, the clan would definitely react. Unless Fang Yuan had information path methods that could confuse or deceive these Gu worms. Fang Yuan had always been lacking in the aspect of information path. Secondly, even though Familiar Face was a rank 8 immortal killer move, it was not without flaws. For example, back in Eastern Sea, Ing Wu Xie had used Luck Inspection Immortal Gu to find out about Fang Yuan's identity. Finally, as time passed, even if Fang Yuan used Familiar Face at all times, because of the details of his life or his habits, people would find out about it. Therefore, the alternative method of killing was not feasible. Fang Yuan thought about it, but could not think of a good method. Even if Fang Yuan had rank 8 battle strength and attacked the Gu formation, he might not be able to break it. Even if he destroyed the Gu formation, there were many rank 8 Gu immortals in southern border. By then, rank 8 enemies would come and surround him. Fang Yuan would not have time to explore the dream realm. Unable to find a way out of this situation, Fang Yuan felt very helpless. He thought about it and returned to the mortal Gu house. Lady White Rabbit's eyes shined. She called out to Fang Yuan, "Have you thought it through? You want to try the immortal opportunity?" Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. "Fairy White Rabbit, I am a village man. I have not seen much of the world. This price is half of my wealth. I need to think about it. I came here to inquire about some information from you, to understand more about the situation in southern borders Gu immortal world." Fang Yuan said this as he handed a rank 6 immortal material to Fairy White Rabbit. Fairy White Rabbit was slightly surprised. Even though this immortal material was ordinary, Fang Yuan did not ask for much. These last days, she had been managing this business. She had interacted with all sorts of Gu immortals. She knew a lot about the current Gu immortal world. "Let's talk with this." Fairy White Rabbit handed an information path mortal Gu to Fang Yuan. Giant Dream Realm, Righteous Path Gu Formation. "We meet again, Fairy Miao Yin. Do you remember me?" Xiao Clan's Gu Immortal led the female Gu Immortal into the Gu Formation. Even though he was a Righteous Path Gu Immortal, his tone was flattering. Because even though this Fairy Miao Yin was a demonic path Gu Immortal, she was beautiful. She inherited the blessed land of a predecessor and had great wealth. She was one of the 3 great fairies of southern borders Gu Immortal world. The scene of the two entering the Gu Formation was seen by the 2 Righteous Path Gu Immortals at the center of the Gu Formation. These people are getting more and more brazen. Previously, they only came once every 7 days, but now, they come at least twice a day, bringing in all sorts of Gu Immortals. Luo Clan's 2 Gu Immortals are slightly better. They brought in lone cultivators with good reputations and clean backgrounds. But Xiao Clan's Gu Immortal has no qualms. He has a huge appetite. This Miao Yin is a demonic path Gu Immortal. Back then, she destroyed 2 of my Ba clan's important resources and even injured 4 of my Ba clan's Gu Immortals. Gu Immortal Ba Quanfeng said angrily. Beside him, there was another Ba clan Gu Immortal. This person was very tall, about 9 feet tall. He had a simple appearance. His beard and hair were connected together. His dark green beard reached his chest, while his jade-green hair reached his waist. He had a lion's mouth and a wide nose. His eyes were covered by a black cloth. He had a muscular body. His shoulders were broad. His exposed skin was like the bark of a 1,000-year-old tree. There was even moss growing on it. He was already thousands of years old. His cultivation level was stuck at the final step before he could reach rank 8. He had peak rank 7 battle strength, the publicly recognized number 1 person below rank 8 in Southern Border's Gu Immortal World. Old Treeman Bada. Bada spoke slowly. Don't be impatient, little Feng Air. Xiao clan is weak, at the bottom of the righteous path. But behind them was the Wu clan. Xiao clan and Wu clan have been connected for tens of thousands of years. When Ba Quan Feng heard the Wu family, the anger on his face receded slightly, but he still said angrily, "The Qiao family is a righteous faction. For the past thousands of years, they have been relying on the Wu family. They are practically dogs raised by the Wu family. This Wu clan is too arrogant and despotic. Just because they have 2 rank 8 Gu immortals, they can do whatever they want. This time, they actually allied with 7 clans, using this dream realm to start an immortal opportunity business. How are the other 6 clans compared to us? This Super Gu formation was created with the help of our 13 clans and Immortal Gu." Bada laughed. "Little Feng, do you think that we should all get rich together?" Ba Quan Feng's thoughts were exposed. He blushed. Little Feng Air's thoughts cannot be hidden from Lord." Bada shook his head. "Wu clan's actions will attract even more clans to participate. After all, after this period of time, everyone knows that now is not the time to explore the dream realm. Through this method, we can gain benefits. It is also good. However, our Ba clan cannot participate in this." Why is that?" Ba Quan Feng asked anxiously. "There are gains and losses in this matter. Even though we obtained a lot of cultivation resources, our clans will be able to use them against us. The evidence is clear. In the future, our Ba clan will be in the right. When we split the dream realm again, we will be able to get a bigger share. Little Feng Air, look forward. We cannot explore the dream realm now, but what about in the future? The dream realm is the true treasure." Bada sighed deeply. "But Wu clan is so domineering. They have 2 rank 8 Gu immortals. But our Ba clan only has 1. By then, if Wu clan comes, we will not be able to stop them." Ba Quan Feng said hatefully. "Wu clan cannot stop them, but what about the other clans? Furthermore, Wu clan's first supreme elder is not far from death. During this period of time, Wu clan will be in a state of unrest. With only 1 rank 8 Gu immortal left, can Wu clan still be the number 1 righteous path force?" Bada smiled with deep meaning. Ba Quan Feng stared with wide eyes. "So the rumors of Wu clan's first supreme elder running out of lifespan are not false? Impossible. Wu clan is so powerful. How can they not have lifespan Gu?" Chapter 1548. Feng Yuan. Where have I heard this name before? Is it that little beast king who refined the immortal Gu on 3 Kings Mountain? Even though I did not see it clearly, I am afraid it is him. He became an immortal? A huge, fortuitous encounter. What a huge, fortuitous encounter. Sigh. Why did I not encounter him? The Gu masters of the 3 races went into an uproar. Everyone discussed animatedly and vented their shock, jealousy, and other emotions, causing the scene to become extremely noisy and clamorous. These mortals were still limited to the past information. Feng Yuan's true fame was only spread among Gu immortals. There was little information about him in the mortal world. Tai Ruan clenched her fists, gritting her teeth as she watched. She and Feng Yuan had a simple relationship. It was deep hatred. The conflict between Feng Yuan and her had been going on for a long time, but the hatred did not diminish as time passed. Instead, it was like a wine, becoming more intense. However, the enemy was right in front of her, but Tai Ruan found herself helpless. Feng Yuan had already become an immortal. In the past, Tai Ruan did not know the difference between mortal and immortal. So be it. But she had interacted with Tai Mian Shan. She had a deep understanding of the difference between mortal and immortal. She knew that she was only a mortal. There was no hope of taking revenge on a Gu immortal. Right now, Tai Ruan's only hope was on Tai Mian Shan. She wanted to personally see Tai Clan's Gu immortal Tai Mian Shan kill Fang Yuan, to uphold justice and take revenge for Tai Ruanan's subordinates and family. Fang Yuan looked at the three immortals as he smiled coldly and arrogantly. I am here to take back what I lost. The few of you want to stop me? Shang Qing and Ho Yao's hearts jumped. Fang Yuan had only said one sentence. He did not use any methods. But these two felt that Fang Yuan's demonic aura was so vast that they almost lost their will to fight. Fang Yuan was famous in the world. His demonic might had already spread far and wide. Even someone like Wu Yong had been fooled by him, and the Celestial Court had issued a warrant for him for such a long time. But they still hadn't caught Fang Yuan. These Gu immortals were only rank 6. It was normal for them to feel this way. The mortals on the ground heard Fang Yuan's words clearly. Tai Ruanan was infuriated. Demon. After ascending, even an immortal is still a demon. With this kind of power, it was the misfortune of the common people. Damn it. Damn the demon. Punishing evil and eliminating evil, getting rid of such devils, is what the righteous path should do. Thinking about this, Tai Ruanan looked at Tai Mian Shun with anticipation. In her mind, this Tai Clan Gu immortal expert could support heaven and earth. He could pluck the stars and moon from the sky. He would definitely be able to get rid of Fang Yuan. After all, Fang Yuan was from the same generation as her. Even if he became an immortal, how long would it take? How could he be Tai Mian Shun's match? But at the next moment, Tai Ruanan stared with wide-opened eyes. Tai Mian Shun sighed, "O Fang Yuan, you roam the 5 regions. Your name is unparalleled in the world. I am not your match. But even if I die here, I will fight. This is my resolve as a Tai Clan Gu immortal. But there is one thing, we are both immortals. We do not need to bother with mortals." There was no harm in asking these unrelated mortals on the ground to retreat. Let us fight, even if I die. I will have no regrets. What do you mean? Lord Tai Mian Shun is admitting that he is not Fang Yuan's match? How is this possible? Tai Ruanan was tongue-tied. Her mental state was almost shattered by this huge news. Such words, especially when said by Tai Mian Shun himself, her worldview was completely shattered. Let these mortals go? Why would I let them go? He. Fang Yuan snickered, killing intent surged. He looked around, seeing through all the mortal Gu masters on the ground. Tai Ruanan's anger was not worth his time. The anger of an ant was not anger. Yifan of Connect Luck was a person favored by destiny, even though he was the master and subordinate of luck. Since Fang Yuan saw him, he did not want to let him go. Killing this person was very beneficial to Fang Yuan. After all, every time Fang Yuan used Burning Soul Bursting Luck, Yifan would split a portion of his luck. Furthermore, why was the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle beside Yifan? Fang Yuan was curious. He wanted to find out. As for Shang Xinci, Fang Yuan's cold gaze flickered, showing a strange emotion. He purposely got close to Shang Xinci earlier. He wanted to use her to gain a foothold in Shangclan City. But now, Fang Yuan was shocked to find that Shang Xinci's luck was very shocking. Fang Yuan had luck inspection methods. Shang Xinci was only a mortal Gu master. Her luck was naturally seen by Fang Yuan. Above her head, there was a huge flow of luck. It was pure white. The luck gathered and formed into a rainbow-colored cloak. The cloak seemed to be weaved from countless bird feathers. The surrounding luck turned into droplets of rain, revolving around this 100-bird feather cloak. Such luck, such a phenomenon, even Yifan, Hong Yi, and Han Li cannot compare to her. What is going on? Just based on this luck, Shang Xinci is not an ordinary person. She will definitely be an important character in the Great Era. Strange, why is it that in my 500 years of memories, Shang Xinci is only a mortal? Don't tell me, Spring-Autumn Cicada hid Providence. After my rebirth, my memories were tampered with? Or maybe I destroyed Spectral Soul's heaven-defying plan and became the leader of Shadow Sect, changing countless things. Shang Xinci was also affected? But why did it have to be Shang Xinci? According to the trajectory of fate, she is truly an important character in this era. Fang Yuan was thinking when he heard an eagle cry. It almost pierced his eardrums. Next, The upper extreme heavenly eagle's seal weakened to its limit. Its eyes were bloodshot as it pounced at Fang Yuan. Even though I have killing intent in my heart, it is controlled by wisdom path methods. It did not leak out. This upper extreme heavenly eagle is indeed being controlled. Not only is there a seal, its emotions can also be affected, causing it to find trouble with me. Fang Yuan sneered in his mind. Facing the immemorial desolate beast's attack, he did not panic. Immortal killer move, reverse flow protection seal. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was a space path immemorial desolate beast. It flickered and arrived in front of Fang Yuan. Its sharp eagle claws slashed towards Fang Yuan's face. Fang Yuan did not dodge. He took this attack head-on. The huge eagle claws were larger than his body. They slashed at his body. Shang Xinci cried out in shock. The immortals' hearts were pounding. They looked forward to the results of the battle. Fang Yuan was sent flying by this huge force. He was unharmed. Instead, the attacking upper extreme heavenly eagle cried out in pain. Its claws were completely reflected. It felt immense pain. Even though its bones were not broken, it was not far from it. We will attack, if not now. When? Taimian Shun called out as he charged at Fang Yuan. He was extremely courageous. Using his killer move Iron Mask equipment, he turned into a 10-meter-tall Iron Man. The Iron Man pushed with its palms. Endless black chi surged like a tide. It roared like a dragon and tiger, engulfing Fang Yuan. No, which living being does not want freedom? This upper extreme heavenly eagle is not willing to be enslaved by Fang Yuan. It is trying to devour its master. We can use its battle strength to attack Fang Yuan together. That way, we can persevere. Fang Yuan does not even want to let mortals go. He is clearly the demonic path of the demonic path. He has no bottom line or principles. Mortals will die. We might not be able to escape either. We might as well fight to the death. We might have a chance of survival. Ho Yao and Shang Qingqing had the same thought. They attacked at the same time. The three of them didn't make a move, but once they did, they used their strongest attacks. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. He did not dodge. He allowed these three moves to land on him. At the next moment, these three immortal killer moves returned to where they came from. They flew towards Taimian Shun, Shang Qingqing, and Ho Yao. Shang Qingqing and Ho Yao were in a sorry state. They quickly dodged. But that Taimian Shun's eyes shined with bright light. He shouted, "Good timing." With a leap, he actually jumped into the surging black gas that bounced back to him. The black gas surged and rippled, but it actually did no harm to him. Gradually, it was affected by him, and he regained control of it. "Fang Yuan, take this." Taimian Shun shouted as his goo worm aura burst out. Black chi surged again. This was a mortal killer move, floating iron sand. It had both offense and defense. When used with Iron Mask equipment, even if it was reflected, Taimian Shun could control it again. Moreover, floating iron sand could be stacked on top of each other, fusing perfectly. Taimian Shun was a rank 7 expert. Even though any killer move that attacked Fang Yuan would be reflected, he felt that he had a chance of winning. Chapter 1549. As expected of Iron Mask's true inheritance, Fang Yuan saw that floating iron sand was used by Taimian Shun again. Its power doubled. His eyes shined with bright light. He had some understanding of the 5 regions' super forces, because Shadow Sect had information on all sorts of things. Like Iron Mask's true inheritance, they were the signature inheritances of super forces. Shadow Sect had also tried to obtain them, but the super forces kept a tight watch on them. Shadow Sect rarely obtained them. Shadow Sect had never obtained Iron Mask's true inheritance. They only obtained some information. The core immortal goo inside was called justice. Thus, the goo immortal who obtained the true inheritance had to have a heart of justice. They had to have the spirit of punishing evil. Not only that, Fang Yuan still remembered that during the 5 regions chaotic war in his previous life, Taimian Shun, a rank 7 goo immortal, had displayed peak rank 7 battle strength. But now, he was still some distance away from peak rank 7. Using his wisdom path methods to help him deduce, Fang Yuan thought of many ways to counter floating iron sand. Fang Yuan chose the most direct method. Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation, Myriad Self. forming the immortal killer move Myriad Dragon. Roar, roar, roar. In an instant, myriad dragons appeared. They roared as sword chi surged. Their silver scales were like a sea. Tai Mian Shan was filled with fighting spirit, but suddenly, silver light flashed in front of him. What? A look of shock appeared on his face. As far as the eye could see, he saw thousands of sword flood dragons soaring into the sky like mountains and seas as they charged towards him. Floating iron sand. At the crucial moment, Tai Mian Shen breathed in deeply. Using all his strength to activate his method, black chi surged around him, blocking the myriad dragons. But in less than 2 breaths of time, the iron sand chi was completely destroyed by the silver dragons. Tai Mian Shen spat out a mouthful of blood. He wanted to retreat, but how could he escape now? At the next moment, the myriad of sword dragons drowned him. Lord Tai Mian Shen. Tai Ruanan saw this and screamed in shock. The dragon group roared in unison. The scale was so huge that it filled the entire world. The might was so terrifying that the mortal goo masters below were shivering in fear. Their bodies and minds turned cold. A while later, a tiny shadow broke free from the dragons and flew out. It was Tai Mian Shen. He was extremely weak, and his face was no longer the same. His original appearance of a man made of iron had already collapsed. However, to be able to block Fang Yuan's Myriad Dragon killer move, it showed that this move's defensive ability was very high. Such power! Tai Mian Shen's usually solemn face was now filled with shock. He wanted to use the killer move Floating Gaza Steel to counter Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan immediately understood his intentions and chose the most direct method, that was to use violence to curb violence. The killer move Myriad Dragon was the fusion of ancient Sword Dragon transformation and Myriad Self. Be it the former or the latter, they were both extremely outstanding. The merged Myriad Dragon directly pushed Fang Yuan's offensive power to the peak of rank 7. If it was 500 years later in his previous life, Tai Mian Shen might be able to resist this move, but now, he was lacking. When experts fought, they competed for that tiny bit of difference. Often, a tiny bit of difference could lead to victory or defeat. Right now, Tai Mian Shen was inferior to Fang Yuan in terms of offense, but the difference in defensive methods was like heaven and earth. Thus, Fang Yuan was able to suppress Tai Mian Shen completely. Tai Mian Shen could only retreat. He continued to retreat. He was extremely fast. The killer move Myriad Dragon could not catch up to him. Fang Yuan did not set up an immortal battlefield killer move. He could not encircle and kill someone like Tai Mian Shen. Even though Fang Yuan could defeat him, to kill him, he needed to be prepared in this aspect. Even though I have an immortal battlefield killer move, I cannot use it instantaneously. My rank 8 battle strength focuses on defense. It will be difficult to kill Tai Mian Shen now. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with cold light. He did not have much killing intent. Tai Mian Shen was a metal path goo immortal. Fang Yuan did not need Dao marks in this aspect. On the other hand, during the 5 regions chaotic war, Tai Mian Shen was one of the important people in southern border who resisted Celestial Court. As for these 2 rank 6 goo immortals, Fang Yuan did not move. He looked around. Shang Qingqing and Hou Yao were surrounded by the killer move Myriad Dragon. There was no way out. Their lives were at stake. They were in extreme danger. Rank 6 goo immortals could resist this peak rank 7 killer move for so long. They were already amazing. After all, they were elites among rank 6 goo immortals. Bam bam. 2 sounds could be heard. Shang Qingqing and Hou Yao resisted for a few more breaths of time before their bodies were torn apart by the Myriad Dragon. As for their souls, they wanted to self-detonate. But Fang Yuan had Spectral Soul's true inheritance. How could he let them do that? He was directly imprisoned, and was soon sent to Fang Yuan under the cover of the Myriad Dragons. Fang Yuan, kill us if you have guts. Scoundrel, you angered us, Hou clan, Shang clan, and Tai clan. You are courting death. You can be arrogant now, but sooner or later, you will regret it. The 2 goo immortal souls roared. Suppress. Fang Yuan willed. These 2 souls could not make a sound. They could not move. They were completely restrained. Next, they were stuffed into Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Fang Yuan could easily kill rank 6 goo immortals, but just as he finished this, there was an explosion in his ears again. An eagle screeched. The mountain-like upper extreme heavenly eagle actually resisted the myriad dragon killer move and charged towards Fang Yuan again. It was an immemorial desolate beast. It had thick skin and flesh. The myriad dragon charged and coiled around its body, but the upper extreme heavenly eagle did not care. It was extremely valiant. Fang Yuan saw that its gaze was filled with ferocity. It had completely lost its ability to think. He immediately understood that this eagle was hit by a method. Otherwise, it would not have the courage to fight to the death with him. After all, Fang Yuan had not only enslaved it, he was also the one who hatched it. But in terms of defense against Fang Yuan, even the immemorial desolate beast upper extreme heavenly eagle was at an absolute disadvantage. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. He allowed the eagle to flap its wings and create fierce winds. He only cared about flying towards the ground. Boom! The eagle's wings slammed onto Fang Yuan's back, but Fang Yuan was unharmed under reverse flow protection seal's protection. He even used this force to increase his speed and charge towards Yifan and the rest. On the other hand, the upper extreme heavenly eagle let out a painful howl. Its right wing was directly broken, and it was about to fall from the sky. However, the ocean-like, densely packed flood dragons held it up in the sky again, continuously and endlessly attacking it. The upper extreme heavenly eagle perched on Yifan's shoulder. Fang Yuan had sensed it when he arrived. He naturally took note of this strange situation. Since Yifan seemed to be able to control the upper extreme heavenly eagle, Fang Yuan decided to capture the leader first. He would target Yifan first. Between an immemorial desolate beast and a rank 5 Gu master mortal, the latter was naturally easier to deal with. Before he reached them, Fang Yuan's method had already taken effect. Yifan, Tai Ruan Nan and the rest watched as Fang Yuan charged towards them. Their bodies stiffened. They could not move. "Oh no!" Yifan shouted. He wanted to explain, but he had already lost his ability to speak. In Fang Yuan's opinion, no matter what explanation you gave, it would not be as convincing as soul-searching. Am I going to die? Damn it, I can't continue to uphold justice. Tai Ruanen gritted her teeth. She was filled with anger and hatred. Brother He too. Shang Xinci was the only one with a calm expression. Her beautiful eyes rippled with emotions. You were the one who saved me. The reason why I was able to stand firm in Shang Clan and reach where I am today was all because of you. Thus, even if I die in your hands, I am willing. But just as Fang Yuan was about to succeed, a mysterious fluctuation appeared. At that instant, the scene between Fang Yuan and the mortal Gu masters became blurry, like there was an unclean mirror between them. A mortal battlefield killer move. This change was too sudden. Fang Yuan's reaction was extremely fast, but by the time he reacted, the world had already changed, turning into an orange-yellow color. He was actually trapped in a mysterious immortal battlefield killer move. A rank 8 Gu immortal appeared, blocking in front of Fang Yuan, protecting the mortal Gu masters behind him. Master! Seeing this person, Yifan immediately shouted in excitement. Who are you? Fang Yuan's eyes narrowed into slits. Cold light was emitted from his eyes. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.